Chapter 560. The wings were flapping rapidly, creating a piercingly cold air current that protected the space around them and Baizhe in the center. This is an evil spirit? Shangguan Qing'e sucked in a breath of cold air, her eyes filled with fear. Impossible. How could there be such a strong ghost in the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion? Didn't they retreat to the world of ghosts and souls 100 years ago? Su Yu's eyes turned cold, his killing intent rising. Bai Qi, give me a reason not to kill you. The person who had attacked was none other than the Ghost King, Bai Qi. So you could never have imagined that the one who saved Baizhou in the end and caused them to fall back into the shadow of death was the Ghost King. He was also on the must-kill list. A complicated expression appeared on Bai Qi's face as he coldly harumphed. Kill him? You have yet to ask this king's opinion on this. As soon as it finished speaking, it spread its wings and flew away from the danger zone with Baizhe. Baijia's face was pale and his legs were weak. He looked at Su Yu with a tinge of fear in his eyes. But more than that, it was the fear of getting rid of Su Yu. Therefore, he immediately continued to inject his true qi into the 8-directional bamboo flute. With a buzzing sound, the beast's aura, which was gradually weakening, rose once again, and with an extremely fast speed, it surpassed the barrier of the fairy realm. Instantly, the entire great hall of bones began to tremble. From the outside, one would notice that the entire 5 mountains were trembling, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Above the 5 mountains, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Not long after, heavy rain poured down. The rare phenomenon caused the geniuses in front of the stone statue forest to feel their hearts racing. On a certain mountain in the 5 peaks, a silver figure flashed like a ghost. The great bone hall was quickly filled with a terrifying pressure. The aura of a divine master was like a giant mountain pressing down on them. It made them feel despair, and they couldn't even muster the will to resist. Roar! A low and powerful roar came out from the beast's mouth. Everyone trembled when they heard this, and their bodies felt like they were about to collapse. Su Yu's heart sank. The divine master realm was an absolute gap between them. They had failed in the end. Bai Yijian, whose face was filled with anger, suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Looking at Bai Qi, Bai Yijian laughed. Thank you for your help. He had no qualms about the other party's identity as a ghost. Bai Qi waved his hands and said, There is no need to thank me. I only saved him because I hope that you will succeed in breaking into the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. I also want to take this opportunity to leave the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. Speaking of which, his goal was the same as Shangji's, which was to enter the Jiuzhou continent through the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. Well said. At the very most, we will release more of the ghost Gord's blood wine. That way, we will be able to stimulate the beast's head and break through the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. Bai Yijian would naturally not offend the Ghost King at such a critical juncture. A smile appeared on Bai Qi's face. Since that is the case, I will leave the rest to you, clan leader Bai. When he finished speaking, he retreated to Bai's side to protect him. Bai Yijian cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank you. Let me handle the rest myself. There are some people that I wish I could hack into 1,000 pieces. With an ominous glint in his eyes, he glared at Shangguan Qing. If not for brother Bai Qi's help, my son would have died here. Don't you like to stop people? What else do you want to say now? The first person he wanted to kill was Shangguan Qing'e. Shangguan Qing'e's face turned green, and her expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 561. Bai Yijian's face was full of anger as he coldly turned around and shouted at Baizhe, Kill her! Baizhe nodded, and a similar look of hatred appeared in his eyes. When he was in danger, this woman had repeatedly blocked his father's rescue. She deserved to die 10,000 times. Baizhe raised the 8 Desolations flute and blew it with his true qi. A low and deep voice floated out with a murderous and cold aura. 2 green beams of light shot out from the eyes of the resurrected beast head that were burning with ghostly green flames. The beam of light shot straight at Shangguan Qing'er. Shangguan Qing'er's facial expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly took out the golden doll. The puppet released the aura of a divine master, protecting Shangguan Qing'er behind it. After a while, the expected collision between the light pillar and the stone statue did not occur. Shangguan Qing'er felt that something was off. She stuck her head out from behind the giant puppet, but the green light pillar had already disappeared. He seemed to have successfully avoided it. However, she discovered that Su Yu and Xia Jingyu were looking at her with an unsightly expression. They were both shocked, but they also felt pity for her. Tick-tock! Suddenly, a dripping sound came from beneath Shangguan Qing'er's feet. She looked down subconsciously, but she did not raise her head again. In his eyes, her body had disappeared without a trace. Only 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head with a layer of skin attached to the arms were left. The light beam ignored the puppet and turned Shangguan Qing'er's body into nothingness. His eyes gradually dimmed, then turned black, and he completely lost consciousness. A fairy realm expert had been killed so easily. Moreover, the indestructible Great Hall of White Bones was also cracked by the green beam of light. Bai Zhe was in high spirits, and the hatred in his eyes deepened. He looked at Su Yu and said coldly, "Yin, it's your turn." Su Yu's heart sank, and he said in a low voice, "Jingyu, retreat." Bai Zhe had come for him. There was no sign of panic on Xia Jingyu's beautiful face. Instead, she was as calm as ever. She did not retreat. Instead, she moved closer to Su Yu's side. She placed her arm against Su Yu's, and a calm smile blossomed on her face. Only when the mountains are flat and the heavens and the earth are united will I dare to fight with you. In the face of death, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. A beautiful and holy smile bloomed on her lips, but it also hid a hint of regret and sadness. Perhaps this is the other kind of ending that I want. She couldn't spend a lifetime with Su Yu. However, death had helped her achieve her goal. Dying together with Su Yu was perhaps the humblest and only arrangement that fate had given her. In life, they could not share a pillow, but in death, they might be able to sleep together. When the mountains have no edges and the heavens and the earth merge, only then will they dare to go against the monarch. Su Yu deeply felt the friendship in his words, and the more he felt this way, the heavier his heart became. How could he bear Xia Jingyu's love? Humph. You're still being lovey-dovey even in death. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish and send you down to be a ghost couple. Bai Zhe coldly snorted. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu's calmness did not give him the satisfaction of killing them. Bai Zhe raised the 8 desolation flute and imbued it with his jinqi. However, right at this moment, a pink mist suddenly appeared above Bai Zhe's head without any warning. 2 pink and tender hooves emerged from the cloud and stepped on Bai Zhe's face without any hesitation. Ouch! Bai Zhe was caught off guard and was stepped on by a hoof. He cried out involuntarily. Just as he was about to curse angrily, he suddenly felt that his palm was empty. When he opened his eyes, he found that the 8 desolation flute had disappeared. 100 feet away, a cute pink Kylin was holding the 8 desolation flute in its mouth, and it was hopping around excitedly. It was the real spirit Kylin. Chapter 562. The sudden scene caused by Yi Jian's face to stiffen, and he immediately became furious. Evil creature, how dare you ruin my plans? Brother Ghost, please lend me a hand and capture this little Qilin. Bai Qi had not expected such a thing to happen. After struggling for a while, he had no choice but to join forces with Bai Yijian to capture the small Kylin. This was a sealed space, so even if the little Qilin was proficient in escaping techniques, it wouldn't be able to escape from the White Bone Hall. Sooner or later, it would be caught by them. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to join hands to capture it, the little Qilin swept its tail and proudly raised its head, swaggering over to the beast head that had been activated. He also condensed a mass of true energy in his mouth and blew the 8-directional flute. The beast head's eyes flashed with green light and shot out 2 beams of light. Bai Yijian and the Ghost King's faces changed, and they hurriedly dodged the attack. Luckily, the little Kylin seemed to be unable to completely control the 8-directional flute as the green light pillar deviated from its angle and shot out from the top of its head. Bang! A human-sized hole was punched through the solid white bone hull, just enough for one person to escape through. The rustling sound scared the little Qilin into shrinking its neck. It timidly swallowed the 8-desolation flute into its stomach and prepared to escape. But before he escaped, he jumped into the beast's mouth and swallowed the underworld pearl. The underworld pearl contained the remnant soul of the beast's head. If it was swallowed, the beast's bone would become a dead object. Stop! Bai Yijian was both shocked and angry. This beast's bone was the key to breaking into the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. The little Kylin snorted in disdain. It opened its mouth and held the underworld pearl in its mouth. Then it raised its neck and swallowed it. Then it immediately turned into a pink mist and disappeared. At that moment, Bai Yijian and the Ghost King had just arrived. While they were chasing after the small Kylin, Su Yu and Xia Jingyu quietly went to the top of the Great Bone Palace. Xia Jingyu had already escaped, leaving only Su Yu behind. Trying to run? Stay here. Bai Yijian was so anxious that his eyes turned red. With a loud roar, he chased after him in a flash. He wanted to pull Xia Jingyu down, but Su Yu pushed him away with his vital energy. Jingyu, run. I'll find a way to meet up with you. Su Yu was afraid that Xia Jingyu would do something stupid and jump down again. So he took out a pearl and sealed the gap. Bai Yijian was a step too late, and he was furious. The blood sacrifice ceremony was just about to succeed, but in the end Su Yu appeared first, followed by the small Kylin. Everything was messed up. My clan's long-cherished wish has been completely destroyed by you and that little bastard. Don't even think about leaving. Bai Yijian was furious, and he roared as he attacked. Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold. Not only was he not flustered, but he was also filled with killing intent. Fine, I've tolerated you for a long time. Even without Jingyu around, I can still unleash my full potential. Bang! All of a sudden, the blue pearl that filled the gap appeared in front of Su Yu in a flash. Su Yu injected vital energy into the blue pearl for the first time. Previously, he had always used spiritual qi to control it, but this time he infused it with true qi. The blue orb shone brighter than ever before. At the same time, he growled, "Brother Gui, let's attack together. There's something strange about this kid." Su Yu's legendary-level cultivation technique, Bai Yijian, was still fresh in his mind. How could he not be on guard? The Ghost King stood where he was, his face flickering with struggle, as if he was very unwilling. But under some kind of pressure, he gritted his teeth and rushed over. Chapter 563. Bai Yijian looked over and saw that Su Yu's palm was still bleeding profusely. It was obvious that Su Yu's injury was very serious. This was caused by him forcefully compressing the air. If he were to use it again, his arm would probably be crippled. So what if we let him use it? The 3 of us can't kill him? Bai Yijian secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was filled with anger. The situation had turned into Su Yu facing 2 strong men of the fairy realm by himself. However, he was still unusually calm. Haha, whether you can kill me or not is another matter. However, I will take your precious son's life today. After saying this, Su Yu softly commanded, "Kill!" With this command, the 3 small golden swords that Baizha had retrieved suddenly shot out a wisp of vital energy from them, breaking through the restraints. In order to prevent the golden swords from being taken away, Su Yu had already prepared to inject a wisp of vital energy into them to deliver an unexpected blow. How could his weapon be so easily taken away? Bai Yijian's expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in anger. No, Baija's face was ashen as well. At such a close distance, there was no time to release a defensive barrier. Chi! With a dull thud, Baija's heart was pierced through. Then a golden light flashed on his neck. Another flying sword spun around and sliced his neck off. The last golden sword pierced through the head that had fallen to the ground. As such, Baizha was dead, and there was no way he could be saved. Jia, son! Bai Yijian let out a heart-wrenching roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like an angry, evil spirit. His face was even more ferocious than Bai Qi's. I will tear you apart. Bai Yijian let out a low growl like a ferocious beast. Su Yu coldly said, You have no qualms about killing others, but when your own son is killed, you become so angry? Humph! I don't care. I will tear you apart. I will tear you apart. Bai Yijian let out a deafening roar. Su Yu's palm suddenly flashed, and a thunder sword appeared without warning. It was covered with green thunderbolts, emitting a rather terrifying aura. In the underground lava, the fairy realm white-eyed fireglass doll had died at the hands of the Cosmos Thunder Sword. Although his vital energy was not enough to unleash such a strike, with the storage of a vital energy crystal, its power was still extraordinary. Be careful. Bai Qi could only warn Bai Yijian, who had lost his mind. However, even if Su Yu did not lose his mind, how could Bai Yijian avoid it? Even if San had not lost his mind, how could he have avoided it? Imbuing vital energy into the Cosmos Thunder Sword, Su Yu slashed down from the sky. Rumble! It was as if a thunderbolt had struck. At the same time, a clear white light flashed, and a 500 feet long sword chi sliced through the air. Bai Yijian was caught off guard and was hit by the sword chi. He screamed in pain as his chest was cut open, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. His entire body was scorched black by the high temperature of the lightning. He was injured on the spot. However, the injured Bai Yijian immediately took out a pill from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. His flesh body recovered at a shocking speed and was back to normal in the blink of an eye. Apart from being a little dispirited, it was impossible to tell that he had just suffered a lightning strike. The effect of this pill was similar to the flesh regeneration elixir of the Jinlong continent. The difference was that this pill took effect immediately and was of a much higher grade than the flesh regeneration elixir. Su Yu was shocked, but immediately understood. The descendants of the Guardians had stolen a large amount of legacies, and the elixirs had probably all been plundered by them. With Tianjizi's abilities, it was not surprising that he had left behind such an elixir. This made things a little tricky. His opponent could not be seriously injured in a short period of time, let alone killed. However, they could not do anything to Su Yu for the time being. Chapter 564. After half a cup of tea's time, the three of them had fought for hundreds of rounds. Su Yu's vital energy and physical strength had been greatly depleted, and his body was slightly injured. However, Bai Yijian and Bai Qi were not at an advantage either, as both of them had suffered a blow from the Cosmos Thunder Sword. This was especially true for the Ghost King, as he was a ghost. Thus, the thunder had a suppressive effect on him, so the damage was even greater. After a round of fighting, they could not do anything to each other. What can you do to me? I advise you to quickly find that real spirit Kylan. Otherwise, you will lose both your life and your wealth. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Su Yu said coldly as he took a few steps back. Bai Yijian was shocked. His and the Ghost King's original goal was to find that damned little Kylan. He had thought that he could easily get rid of Su Yu, but instead, his son had been killed by Su Yu. Now they were in a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Should he continue fighting Su Yu, or should he look for the little Kylan? Who knew if they would be careless during the fight, and the little Kylan would escape? The intelligence it displayed was quite high. Bai Yijian hesitated. Was it more important to avenge his son, or to leave the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion? Just as he was thinking, a calm and unruffled voice came from the gap. "Fight! Why don't you fight?" Suyu froze. This voice, after that, his expression was completely solemn. He looked at the Ghost King, who was equally serious. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Bai Yijian was the only one who did not know where he had come from. He coldly asked, "Who are you? Why are you hiding there? What are you up to?" "Hiding? You're just too weak to sense my existence." A streak of silver light slowly fell from the gap. A silvery figure, which was shining with a silver light, floated down. Bai Yijian sensed it and was shocked. He could not sense this person's aura. There were two possibilities for this situation. The first was that this person's cultivation was far above his, so he could not sense its aura. The second was that this person was not human at all. After sensing it, he was certain of the second possibility. He was slightly relieved and said coldly, "You are just a non-human puppet. Do you think you can meddle in other people's business?" In the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, only Bai Yijian could display abilities that surpassed the fairy realm. The non-human puppet in front of him had never been mentioned by his ancestors, so it must be an outsider. In a situation where his opponent was unable to use their full strength, he was, of course, an almost invincible existence. The silver figure's light gradually faded, revealing a face that was no different from a real person's. His silver clothes fluttered without any wind. A faintly discernible evil smile hung on the corner of his mouth. It's true that I'm an inhuman puppet, and it's also true that I don't want to meddle in your business." Bai Yijian frowned. "Then why are you here? Do you want to die? As a puppet, it's truly rare for you to be able to cultivate your own consciousness. If you don't want to be erased, then leave immediately." The abilities of the three of them could be measured by the fairy realm. In Bai Yijian's eyes, this puppet was courting death by barging in recklessly. Why am I here? Why don't you ask the two of them?" He was naturally the silver puppet that had chased them all the way from the 7th level of the divine pavilion. Suyu and the Ghost King's hearts sank to the bottom at the same time. They had actually been trapped in such a sealed space by him. He wasn't any weaker than the beast head. In fact, he was even more terrifying, because he didn't need anyone to control him. He only had one goal, which was to devour all the living creatures he could devour in order to recover his cultivation. Bai Yijian was secretly shocked. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "Do you know him?" When he saw that Suyu and the Ghost King had ugly expressions on their faces, Bai Yijian's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. He decisively chose to retreat and keep his distance. However, just as he was retreating, the silver puppet laughed evilly. "It seems like you have understood. If that's the case, you can go on your way." Creak! Countless blood-colored threads suddenly shot out from his pores and swept out like a tsunami. Bai Yijian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly took out a talisman. After it exploded, the aura of a middle-stage fairy filled the air. From the talisman, a giant shield was formed. This shield could withstand an attack from a middle-stage fairy. It was a treasure that Bai Yijian was reluctant to use. However, before Bai Yijian could relax, the shield cracked open with a cracking sound. A sea of blood, which filled the sky, gushed forth and engulfed him. A horrible shriek could be heard coming from beneath the sea of blood. Then it stopped abruptly. The silver puppet happily enjoyed the feeling. He sighed. The tonic of the fairy realm is indeed extraordinary. Its silver light became even more dazzling. Its cultivation of the later stage fairy realm was showing signs of breaking through to the divine master level. As the sea of blood returned to its body, not a single trace of blood was left behind. Bai Yijian, a dignified fairy, had died without a trace. With an evil smile on its face, the silver puppet's gaze turned and landed on Suyu. It then laughed coldly. "Little brat, in the end, you still did not manage to escape from my grasp." Up until now, he had only written the outline and outline in the morning. As such, he had not written much of the main text. Hence, the contents of these few chapters were very short. Chapter 565. Su Yu's heart sank. There could be no worse situation than this. Hand it over. How dare you touch my things? The silver puppet extended its hand and shot out 10 blood-red threads, aiming for Su Yu's life. It was so overbearing that it did not give Su Yu any chance to escape. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. He did not think he could get away with this. He had secretly controlled the blue pearl before the silver puppet had attacked. As the danger approached, a blue light flashed in front of him, and the blue pearl appeared in front of him. The threads of blood could not penetrate the blue pearl and were immediately rebounded. But it was not over. 3 small golden swords flickered in the air, suddenly appearing and falling from the sky, cutting the 10 threads of blood into 2. With a whoosh, the broken threads of blood rebounded back into the silver puppet's hand. The puppet's cold face revealed a mocking smile. Not only did you not beg for mercy, you even dared to retaliate. Not only had he rebounded the threads of blood, he had even dared to pursue and attack the threads of blood with his sword. In times of crisis, humans would act instinctively and fearlessly. But for someone like Su Yu to retaliate, it was not instinctive but a conscious action. This meant that Su Yu was not afraid of him. If you had not touched something you shouldn't have, I might have spared your life. But now, since you have touched that item, there is no way I will let you live. The silver puppet's face was filled with murderous intent. For some reason, Su Yu had taken the 9 jade spiritual pearl, and he wanted to kill Su Yu. In fact, killing Su Yu was more important than taking back the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Die. The silver puppet let out a cold grunt. Its entire body was blood red, the result of countless threads of blood gushing out from its pores. In an instant, the silver puppet was like a volcano, spewing out trillions of threads of blood from its body. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he imbued vital energy into the blue pearl. The blue pearl shot out a blue beam of light, enveloping Su Yu within it. Creak, creak, creak. Then the blue beam of light was swallowed by the sea of blood. Countless threads of blood attacked the beam of light, causing dense ripples on its surface. But this was only the first wave of the threads of blood. There were still countless threads of blood to come. Creak! Not long after, the blue beam of light let out a cracking sound. A hair-thin crack was spreading from the front of the beam of light. A line of blood struggled out of the crack and shot straight at Su Yu. Su Yu held the small golden sword in his hand and cut it in half. However, the blue light pillar could no longer hold on. That crack had already gradually expanded to the size of half a pillar of light, and the crack was gradually becoming thicker. Densely packed blood threads were currently surging in through the crack. Looking at the world outside that resembled a sea of blood, anyone would feel despair. Even Bai Yijian, who was at the level of the fairy realm, had died without even leaving behind a corpse, let alone a half-fairy. Su Yu held the golden sword in one hand and cut off the incoming blood thread. At the same time, his other hand suddenly clenched tightly. The surrounding air once again converged toward Su Yu's palm crazily and was being compressed continuously. Soon, a pitch-black ball the size of an eyeball spun in Su Yu's palm. The electricity produced by the friction with the air let out a soft, sizzling sound. Traces of terrifying compression power seemed to be about to explode. At the same time, Su Yu's palm was dripping with blood. Cracking sounds could be heard from his entire arm. It was the sound of his bones breaking as they could not withstand the heavy pressure. His entire right arm was just as the Ghost King had predicted. If he forcefully used it a second time, there was a high chance that it would be crippled. At that moment, his entire arm was not far from being crippled. Fortunately, Su Yu had a few body training experiences. Although his physical body was not very strong, it was still slightly stronger than other people of the same cultivation level. That was why his arm could barely hold on. Bang! The light pillar shattered and the sea of blood swept over. Su Yu no longer hesitated and threw the black ball in his palm. Everywhere it passed, the space was crushed into pieces. What more, a sea of blood? The vast sea of blood was crushed by the space of the black ball, creating a huge gap. A ray of sunlight shone down, giving Su Yu the feeling that he had seen the light of day again. Time was tight, so Su Yu did not waste any time. Stepping on the blue pearl, he followed behind the black ball and shot upwards. In an instant, Su Yu had rushed out of the sea of blood and was rushing towards the gap at the top of the great bone palace. The silver puppet was stunned for a moment, its face filled with surprise. It had obviously not expected Su Yu to be able to use an attack of this level. Its power was even stronger than that of an ordinary early-stage fairy. However, what surprised the silver puppet the most was that Su Yu's attack was not affected by the rules of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. There were no signs of him being transported. This was the reason why it was in a daze. After coming back to its senses, it was not very anxious. It snorted and said, "You think you can escape from my hands? You have underestimated me." As it spoke, its body flashed with a silver light and it turned into a fragmentary shadow, instantly catching up to Su Yu. Using its palm as a knife, it drew a long crack in the space in the air and slashed at Su Yu's head. Its movements were as fast as lightning. By the time Su Yu could react, he would most likely have already died. However, Su Yu's expression was calm. He took out a long sword covered in lightning from his sleeves. He held it in his left hand and imbued it with powerful vital energy, then slashed it down with a loud bang. At that moment, a 500 zhang long sword energy cut through the space like lightning. Thunder-based, semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. The silver puppet was surprised once again. However, there was no fear on its face. This sword is very strong. If it was held by a middle-stage fairy, I might be a little afraid. Unfortunately, as it spoke, it slashed its palm forward without fear. Creak! The 500 zhang long thunderous sword energy was deflected by the palm, flying back toward Su Yu. On the other hand, the silver puppet's palm was not injured in the slightest. The 500 zhang thunderous sword energy was deflected back at a terrifying speed, engulfing Su Yu. However, Su Yu was not afraid. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief, revealing an expression as if he had expected it. The eternal Stone King armor appeared around his body. At the same time, the blue pearl beneath his feet once again released a beam of light. With 2 layers of protection, Su Yu was firmly trapped within it. At that moment, the sword energy came crashing back, creating a huge impact. With a cracking sound, the blue beam of light shattered on the spot. The Eternal Stone King armor also shook violently, demonic energy surging. Su Yu had naturally suffered a strong impact as well. The blood in his body churned continuously, and there was a metallic taste in his throat. However, because of this impact, Su Yu charged out of the opening with an unstoppable momentum. The silver puppet then realized that Su Yu clearly knew that the thunderous sword could not injure him. He had purposely used it in order to wait for this rebound force. Using me? The silver puppet's sneering face was now filled with anger. If he had not been careless, how could he have been used by such a junior? However, before he could react, a beam of black light followed Su Yu and charged out. Humph! All of you are courting death. The silver puppet was furious, one after another escaping from his sight. His figure flickered, and he was about to charge out. Before he left, he coldly looked back at the only person left in the space, Shang Xuelian. At that moment, Shang Xuelian was still standing in the same spot, with no intention of leaving. When she met the silver puppet's eyes, she did not show any signs of panic. Instead, she looked at him calmly. The silver puppet was stunned. It looked deeply into Shang Xuelian's eyes, as if it had discovered something. After a moment, it was slightly surprised. You are. Shang Xuelian did not speak, but merely smiled. The silver puppet had a hesitant look on its face. After a moment of silence, it said, "Forget it. Whether or not you were hired by that person, I will let you go." When it finished speaking, it charged out of the opening, chasing after Suyu and the Ghost King. Shang Xuelian stood in the same spot, smiling without saying a word. Her gaze was profound. Chapter 566. After Suyu escaped from the Great Bone Palace, he immediately weaved signs with both hands. The vital energy within his body surged out, separating into two figures that looked exactly like Suyu. The second-grade clone technique, with the help of Xia Jingyu's level of comprehension, had successfully comprehended the second stage, allowing him to create two clones at the same time. Regardless of their cultivation level or aura, they were exactly the same as the real Suyu. The two Suyu clones looked at each other, each choosing a direction to leave in. Suyu's main body paused for a moment, then took out a black spell flag. It was the Ice Soul Divine Dream spell that he had obtained from the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion. According to Lu Chui, this spell was one of the top illusionary spells in the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands. It could even trap an almighty divine master for a period of time. His eyes flashing, Suyu stuck the flag into the surface of the star and quickly infused vital energy into it. At that moment, a black light shot out. It was the Ghost King. However, he had no time to care about Suyu. His expression was grave as he escaped into the sky. Suyu looked at his departing figure, his eyes narrowing as a murderous intent flashed in them. He and Bai Yijian were down there and they wanted his life. However, Suyu could not care about him right now. As he infused his true qi into the flag, the black flag immediately emitted a dim light, transforming into a boundless snowfield. The Ice Soul Divine Dream spell was a success. After doing all this, Suyu immediately left. Not long after he left, the enraged silver puppet shot up into the sky. However, when it charged out, it found itself in a world of ice and snow. Illusion spell? The silver puppet's eyes narrowed, flames of anger rising in its eyes. It's that damned brat again. The Ghost King did not have the time to set up a spell. Only Suyu, who had escaped first, could have done it. After trying to scan it, the silver puppet's expression became even colder. Humph, this is no ordinary illusion spell. Unfortunately, while it might be effective against ordinary people, I am a puppet and it cannot trap me for long. The silver puppet let out a cold grunt, then sat down cross-legged as if sensing something. Suyu's main body chose a direction and escaped 100,000 miles away, entering a vast world of ruins. From the remains of the ruins, it could be vaguely seen that this was once an extremely prosperous area. The houses were continuous, and the city walls were huge. The remaining grand buildings quietly told of the glory of the past. This place should be similar to the valley in the 9 Jade Spiritual Pearl, Suyu muttered. In the space of the 9 Jade Spiritual Pearl, the small valley had also become a world that could be inhabited, similar to this place. The difference was that the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion space was vast, tens of thousands of times larger than the 9 Jade Spiritual Pearl. Suyu was just about to descend from the sky and look for a place to hide among the ruins. However, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Filled with curiosity, Suyu flew upward for a while until he reached the highest point of the 8th level of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Looking down, Suyu was stunned. The ruins were actually a giant palm print. In other words, a towering palm print descended from the sky and turned the entire city into ruins, leaving behind an incomparably huge palm print. How could Suyu not be shocked? Ancient civilizations that had been destroyed by the mysterious palm print could be found everywhere in the Jinlong continent. However, it was one thing for them to appear in the Jinlong continent. But why would they appear in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion? Tianjizi's remnant soul had once said that the so-called mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was actually a fairy artifact that he always carried with him. It had been destroyed in a great battle. Could these ruins have been destroyed by Tianjizi's enemy? How was his enemy related to the owner of the palm print that had destroyed many ancient civilizations in the Jinlong continent? The unexpected discovery caused Suyu to sink into deep thought. Jinlong continent, Juzhou continent, mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. What kind of connection did they have? Suyu floated down with doubts in his mind. There were no living creatures in the ruins, so there was no danger. Suyu chose a half-buried ruin and entered it. He quickly restrained his aura, binding his spirit energy and vital energy within his dantian, not letting any of it leak out. As such, if no one intentionally searched for it, they would not discover the existence of living creatures in the ruins. Heaving a long sigh, Suyu lowered his head to look at his right hand. Now that his blood had cooled, the piercing pain came back, causing Suyu to clench his teeth in pain. After examining it, he found that the bones in his arm had been broken into 3 parts. His injury was quite serious. Fortunately, his meridians and flesh were not damaged, and his foundation was not harmed. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and let his arm fall back to its original state. However, his left hand did not stop there. His eyes flickered as he took out a black scroll from his ring and buried it in the ground. After doing this, Suyu began to calculate the gains and losses of this trip. He had taken the risk to enter the legacy of materials in order to find the lightning avoiding silver pearl and gather the materials needed to cultivate the evil destroying silver eyes. However, it was a pity that the legendary lightning-based material in the last legacy of materials was not the lightning-avoiding silver pearl that Suyu was looking for. Instead, it was another lightning-based material. If he were to calculate it carefully, apart from taking the risk, he had not gained anything else. He had finally obtained a precious treasure that was suitable for him, such as the real spirit dragon vein. However, it had been snatched away by a small Kylin that had suddenly appeared. Of the 3 black metal boxes, the last one, which had not been opened, had also been snatched away by that hateful little Kylin. Speaking of which, Suyu wasn't too angry. The real spirit dragon vein had been exposed to many people, and if one of them had spread the news, it would have been a disaster for him. The little Kylin had snatched it away in front of so many people, and it could be said that it had inadvertently helped him get rid of a huge threat. After that, he had not obtained any benefits from the legacy of materials. Instead, he had encountered many dangers. In the end, even the silver puppet had appeared. Fortunately, he had gone through the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion and obtained many powerful magical treasures. This was why he had managed to survive until now. If he was given another chance, Suyu did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to escape from the inner part of the star. Moreover, he had also been separated from Xia Jingyu, so he did not know where she was or whether she was safe. The one who had gained the most from this trip was probably that little Kylin. The real spirit dragon vein, the black metal box, the underworld pearl, and Baiji's 8 directional bamboo flute had all been snatched away by that little Kylin. As for those 4 treasures, apart from the black metal box, which Suyu had no idea what they were, the other 3 were all extremely heavy and precious treasures. The real spirit dragon vein was a great treasure that even the almighty divine masters would fight over. Perhaps even the all-creation old monsters would be interested in it. The underworld pearl was a treasure from the ghost world. It contained dense ghost energy and was definitely a rare treasure. The 8 directional bamboo flute was a middle-grade spiritual artifact that could control the remnant souls of dead spirits. It could even control the remnant souls of all creation old monsters. How precious was it? Each of the 3 items was extremely tempting. However, they had all been taken by that little Kylin. As he thought of this, Suyu could not help but laugh at himself. In the end, he had gained nothing. Chapter 567. His vital energy and spiritual energy were at their lowest after the consecutive battles, and activating several semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts that had depleted his vital energy. He had to recover quickly. As he recovered, Suyu did not remain idle. His soul entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Appearing in the spiritual pearl, Suyu looked around and said, "I think you are still here?" In the quiet spiritual pearl, his voice reverberated clearly, but there was still no reply after a while. It was only when Suyu furrowed his brows that a ball of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Within the ball of light was the vague shadow of a 9-tailed fox. She was the previous owner of the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Ever since she first appeared, she had completely disappeared, only appearing when Suyu called for her. "Why are you looking for me?" The 9-tailed white fox's voice was very weak. Suyu's eyes flickered. "Can you tell me what your relationship with that silver puppet is?" Intuition told Suyu that this 9-tailed white fox was hiding something from him. The 9-tailed white fox was not surprised. "You're only asking now. It looks like that puppet has found you. I have nothing to do with him. That day, when the two all-creations old monsters were fighting, I was accidentally drawn into this very artifact. The silver puppet and many others who were fighting at that time were also drawn into it. I was severely injured for some reason at that time, and the silver puppet encountered me. In the end, I was swallowed into its stomach. Then this puppet was injured by some expert and has been in a deep slumber ever since. It only recovered some of its energy when you barged in." The 9-tailed white fox said leisurely, "For it to chase you and force you to hide, it looks like it has already swallowed a large amount of blood essence and recovered quite a bit." Fight? Was it referring to the battle between Tianjizi and his nemesis, Shuedi? What was the reason for the rest of the people fighting? But from its words, it clearly explained the various relics that had mysteriously appeared in the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. It was probably the legacy left behind by the many strong men who had been drawn into it, seeing that there was no hope of escaping. The legacy of the Thunder Emperor was one of them. "Yes, it is close to the divine master level," Suyu said. The 9-tailed white fox sighed. "Then you can only hide carefully. If it was at its peak, that silver puppet would only be able to escape upon seeing me. Now, it is only a remnant soul and cannot help you." Suyu's intuition told him that the 9-tailed white fox was hiding part of the truth. From the looks of it, he wasn't going to tell the truth. "Since that's the case, then I'm sorry for disturbing you." Suyu cupped his fists at him. The 9-tailed white fox nodded her head gracefully. Her figure became blurry and dissipated. Before she disappeared, she paused and said, "Young master, please keep my wish in mind." "With the oath, I can't forget it, even if I wanted to." Suyu nodded slightly. The price of obtaining the 9-jade spiritual pearl was to head to the demonic fox clan and send a message to the demonic fox clan on behalf of the white 9-tailed fox. Then I can rest assured. The white 9-tailed fox slowly disappeared, leaving behind a lingering sound that echoed in the valley. Demon Fox Clan? Suyu was getting more and more curious about the Juzhou continent. What kind of world was it? There was the ghost race and the demon fox race. How did they get along with humans? Master, Wu Aoyue, who had rushed over, was also alarmed. It had only been a day since they last met, but Wu Aoyue's aura had become a lot more vigorous. Strands of true energy were faintly discernible. This was because she had just stepped into the half-immortal realm, and her control over her true energy wasn't stable enough. Congratulations! You have broken through to the half-immortal realm. Suyu had a smile on his face. She had also broken through to the one crystal half-immortal realm, and her vital energy was very pure. The spiritual energy in the other 2 spiritual crystals was also very pure. If she concentrated on her cultivation, she would soon achieve the 3 crystals top class. Wu Aoyue's cold and arrogant face could not help but smile sweetly. Her smile was like a snow lotus, cold and beautiful. Sensing that she had lost control of herself, Wu Aoyue forcefully stopped smiling. She blamed herself in her heart. It was as if she had become more and more comfortable in front of Suyu. For a moment, she had even forgotten that she was a slave. This feeling of guilt from forgetting the humiliation had become Wu Aoyue's guilt. "It is all a reward from you, master," Wu Aoyue said, her face expressionless. Sensing the change in her attitude, Suyu did not care. "How is it? Are there any changes to the heavenly orchid silver bamboo?" Hearing this, Wu Aoyue's face revealed a hint of surprise. "Master, there is movement." The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was a rare divine tree in Jiuzhou. Even though she was trying to control herself, she could not hide her excitement. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo, which even in all creation old monster might not be able to grow, was about to be born. What? Suyu was also delighted. This was good news that he had not heard in a long time. Raising his hand, Suyu brought Wu Aoyue to the front of the cottage's nursery. Now that the thunder herb had been plucked, only the snow-white, incredible feather, spiritual pomegranate tree was left. The fruits that had been plucked from the tree had started to grow again. There were 3 or 4 green fruits that were the size of a fist. The speed at which they were growing was astounding. In the outside world, such fruits would only bloom and bear fruit once every 10 years. However, in the 9 jade spiritual pearls' supreme growing soil, they would bloom once every half a month. In a few days, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion would end, and the exchange festival would be held on the divine sparrow stage. However, with the Silver Puppets massacre, it was unknown whether the exchange festival would be held successfully or how many people would be left. At the 7th level of the divine pavilion, more than 100 geniuses from various factions had become the Silver Puppet's nourishment. Thinking about the silver puppet, Suyu felt as if there was a knife hanging over his head. Taking a light breath, Suyu looked at the nursery where the heavenly orchid silver bamboo was growing. 2 jade-like saplings had grown out of the nursery. At first glance, they looked like lush green jade onions. They had only grown half an inch out of the soil. Are these the saplings of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? Suyu's eyes were burning with passion. Once they matured, they could be plucked and made into the other 6 golden swords. Then they could form the 9 yin-yang sword formation. Its power was naturally incomparable to the power of the 9 steel needles. The power that it would explode with would be considerable. Suyu's mood relaxed. Finally, there was a piece of good news. However, before he could finish his sentence, a pink light suddenly flashed. Above the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, a pink fog appeared out of thin air. From it, a living creature the size of a palm jumped out. Suyu was stunned. It was the real spirit Kailin. When did it hide in the 9 jade spiritual pearl? At that moment, the little Kailin opened its mouth wide, excitedly opening its mouth to bite the newly born heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Suyu could not help but laugh in anger. Not only did it snatch his real spirit dragon veins, it even dared to barge into his 9 jade spiritual pearl and eat the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? You're asking for death. Suyu's murderous intent flared up. His whole body was burning with a layer of white flames as he charged forward. The little Kailin was startled. Its 4 hooves came to a screeching halt, and it broke into a run. However, it did not escape to the outside world. Instead, it escaped into Wu Aoyue's arms. Wu Aoyue held the little Kailin in her arms, her eyes wide open. "Master, isn't this your pet? What are you doing?" The little Kailin's big eyes looked aggrieved, and it nodded hurriedly. It even stood up on its 2 front hooves and cupped its fists at Suyu. It was mumbling something incomprehensible. After a long while, it uttered 2 words with difficulty. "Master, master?" Suyu was dumbfounded. When did he become the master of the real spirit Kailin? Chapter 568. The little Qilin opened its mouth in an extremely aggrieved manner, and a large amount of pink, Mist sprayed out from its mouth. Ding! With a crisp sound, something fell to the ground. Suyu lowered his head to look, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. The true spirit dragon tendon, the black iron chest, the 8 desolation flute, and the underworld pearl were all inside the pink mist. The small Kylan's watery purple eyes became misty, and it jumped out of Wu Aoyue's embrace. It then jumped onto the ground and used its nose to push the treasures that it had snatched toward Suyu's feet. He had the intention of handing over all his treasures. Suyu was still unable to react. What just happened? Why did this infant immortal spirit recognize him as its master? Moreover, this was only the second time that Suyu had seen it. They had never interacted with each other before. How did he become the owner of the little Qilin in such a muddle? Master, it's not your spiritual pet. Wu Aoyue was also dumbfounded. Suyu came back to his senses and asked hurriedly, "When did it appear?" It happened not too long ago. Wu Aoyue was at a loss for words to express her feelings. That little Qilin was definitely not an ordinary demonic beast. It was definitely a deviant spirit, and there was even a slight possibility that it possessed a true spirit bloodline. It had taken the initiative to recognize Suyu as its master, but Suyu did not recognize it. Such a treasure that was delivered to her doorstep was almost killed by her master. This was the first time Wu Aoyue had heard of such a bizarre and unimaginable thing. When it came in, it said that it was your spirit pet and had been waiting for your return on the profound feather spiritual pomegranate tree. I didn't expect that you would kill it as soon as it appeared. Wu Aoyue clicked her tongue. The small Kylan had already brought the treasure to Suyu's feet, and it was squatting on the ground pitifully. It raised its head and looked at Suyu. Suyu was still confused, and he was slightly on guard. Why did you recognize me as your master? When the little Qilin heard this, it immediately stood up like a human, and its 2 little hooves were gesturing in the air. Its mouth was babbling indistinctly, and it couldn't speak clearly for a long time. In the end, the small Kylan became anxious, so it lowered its head and bit its right front hoof, causing a wisp of blood to come out of it. Then it spat the blood on Suyu's body. Its blood was extremely hot like flames. When it splashed onto the skin, there was a burst of burning pain. Suyu didn't try to avoid it, as he knew that this was the little Kylan's way of expressing something. What surprised Suyu the most was that the small Kylan's blood had entered his body through his pores and fused with his blood. Before long, a faint pink mist also appeared on the surface of Suyu's body, which had some characteristics of a Kylan. Suyu's body went from a physical state to a state of nothingness. This surprised Suyu greatly. Could its blood directly allow others to possess its innate abilities? However, what shocked Suyu even more was that deep within his mind, there was a ripple that had been silent for a long time. The fluctuations contained the aura of the little Qilin. A long time ago, his body already had the little Qilin's aura. Suyu's mind rumbled, and a bolt of lightning flashed past. He speedily took out a pink scale from his interspatial ring, and comparing it, it was the scale on little Qilin's body. You were the one who absorbed my soul energy from the skeleton. Suyu cried out involuntarily. He was as shocked as he could be. In the past, he, Gang Daliai, Qin Jiuyang, and Yu Chan had been transported from the evil ghost valley to a secret room in the corpse grassland. There was a skeleton in the secret room. Later on, when Suyu took it out from the silver puppet's body and opened the nothingness rib, a large amount of soul energy had been absorbed, and he had fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he discovered that his lost soul had increased dramatically, and his cultivation had also achieved a breakthrough. The rib's crack was empty, and there was only a scale left in its place. At that time he had been puzzled, but now everything was clear. The thing in the rib was the sleeping small Qilin. Suyu had awakened it, and while it was absorbing his soul, they had formed a master-servant relationship. Thinking about it, the large hole in the hard silver body of the silver puppet was also dug out by the small Qilin. feeling the true master-servant relationship. Su Yu had mixed feelings for a moment. After all, the small Qilin was Su Yu's spiritual pet. After understanding Su Yu's feelings, the small Qilin was full of grievances, and its big eyes were filled with tears. It twisted its head and looked like it was throwing a tantrum. Su Yu smacked his lips and didn't know what to do. After a while, he squatted down and stroked its head. He then said in a gentle voice, "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. I was in a coma that day, so I didn't have any impression of you. Did I scare you just now?" The small Qilin felt even more aggrieved, and its tears flowed unceasingly as it gestured with its little hooves. Su Yu suddenly realized that he could understand the meaning of the small Qilin's gesture. "Are you saying that you left by yourself to look for treasures for me?" Su Yu asked. The small Qilin nodded its head in grievance and started whimpering. Su Yu didn't need it to say anything, as he had witnessed it being chased by people and fleeing everywhere. If it hadn't been gifted with the ability to switch between reality and illusion, it would have met with misfortune by now. In the end, not only had it not been recognized by its master, but it had also almost been killed by him. "Since you knew that I was its master, why did you snatch my real spirit, dragon veins, in the wisest Milky Way formation?" Su Yu voiced his doubts. The small Qilin gestured once again, and Su Yu quickly understood its meaning. He couldn't help but be moved. "Are you saying that you knew that this item was very important, and you were worried that someone would covet it and attack me? That's why you snatched it in front of everyone?" Su Yu was shocked. After the small Qilin snatched the item, it had shifted its attention to him. At that time, the small Qilin had been protecting him. As he recalled what Xia Jingyu had said, the small Qilin had broken the 4 divisions mountain tumbling formation and pounced toward him. It seemed like Xia Jingyu had misunderstood it. At that time, the small Qilin had sensed Su Yu's aura, so it had come over to acknowledge him. However, it had been discovered by Xia Jingyu and the others, and its identity as a young real spirit had been exposed. The small Qilin realized that if it acknowledged him now, it would bring trouble to Su Yu. Hence, it had treated Su Yu like a stranger. After everything had been settled, it turned into a void and entered Su Yu's 9 jade spiritual pearl. Su Yu picked it up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for troubling you. Although we have a soul connection, it's still our first time meeting each other. Why did you have to go so far for me?" As it felt Su Yu's understanding, the small Qilin's grievance was greatly reduced, and it gestured with its hooves. "Are you saying that you want to thank me for releasing you from the seal? Are you saying that you want to repay me?" Su Yu asked. The small Qilin nodded its head. Su Yu's fondness for this small Qilin grew even more. Its innocence, cleverness, and mischievousness made him feel like he had just met Xiener for the first time. Su Yu stroked its head and said sincerely, "If you don't have a home, then the 9 jade spiritual pearl will be your home from now on. If you have a home, I will send you back once I'm safe." The small Qilin shook its head and gestured. It meant that its previous owner had already passed away, and it was the only one left. Was its previous owner referring to the skeleton's owner? It seemed like it belonged to the divine master Tuomo. Su Yu wondered what kind of person he was when he was alive, as he had unexpectedly captured a young real spirit as a pet. Chapter 569. The only thing he knew was that this infant real spirit, which even in all creation old monster yearned for, had become Su Yu's pet. However, Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, "If you don't have anything else to do, just stay in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Before you become strong enough, appearing here means great danger." Infant real spirit? Just these words alone were enough to shock everyone. Once it appeared in front of people, it was obvious that it would be hunted down. Hearing this, the small Qilin was somewhat dissatisfied. It was naturally lively, and it seemed like it didn't want to stay in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. The small Qilin rolled its eyes and jumped off Su Yu's body, its whole body flickering with pink light. A moment later, a woman's figure walked out of the light mist. It was a beautiful and ethereal face. Her beauty, which didn't belong to this world, overshadowed all things that claimed to be beautiful and made anyone who harbored evil thoughts feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was a breathtaking beauty. Xia Jingyu. Suyu was shocked. The woman who walked out of the light mist was Xia Jingyu. Her beautiful appearance and her otherworldly aura were extremely similar. The only difference was that Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes had been replaced by a pair of small Kailan's purple pupils. Coupled with Xia Jingyu's appearance, it added a strange sense of mystery to her. Su Yu was startled, and he only reacted when the small Kailan jumped into his arms. He then pushed it away uncomfortably. Cough! Cough! Why did you become like this? Su Yu asked. The small Kailan still couldn't speak clearly, so it gestured with its two hands. It meant that it was naturally proficient in illusion techniques, and ordinary people couldn't tell it apart. However, Su Yu was more concerned about it. I'm asking you why you became like Xia Jingyu. The small Kailan tilted its head and gestured with its hands. It then said indistinctly, Master, in your soul, the person who engraved the deepest. Su Yu's heart shook, and he became absent-minded. The most important person in his heart was Qin Xianer. So when did it become Xia Jingyu? Impossible. Impossible. Su Yu was slightly flustered. He could deceive himself, but the small Kailan wouldn't. According to its senses, Xia Jingyu's impression in Su Yu's soul was deeper than Qin Xianer's. So he had become like Xia Jingyu. After remaining silent for a long time, Su Yu revealed a bitter smile. When the mountains were barren and the heavens and earth were united, only then would I dare to be with you. When he heard these words, he should have known that the most important person in his heart was really Qin Xianer. Could it be that there had never been a Xia Jingyu? It wasn't that he didn't have it, but he didn't want to admit it. If Xia Jingyu were to marry someone else one day, what would Su Yu do? Could he really watch her marry someone else? Between Qin Xianer and Xia Jingyu, who did he love? It was difficult to satisfy both sides. The human heart was only so big, and it could only contain one person. Once he had one, he couldn't contain the other. He thought that he had Qin Xianer in his heart, but in reality, he had Xia Jingyu in his heart. Did he really love Xiana? After knowing each other for a few days, they became engaged. After that, they separated for a short time and then separated again. To this day, he hadn't even had a proper conversation with Xian. What kept them together was the fiancé contract. Qin Xianer's sincere attachment, the fact that she was always considerate of Su Yu, and the fact that Su Yu was filled with love and responsibility. For Qin Xianer, Su Yu's responsibility and protection were greater than his feelings for her. For Xia Jingyu, Su Yu had true feelings for her. Time and time again, she had risked her life for him. Time and time again, she had moved him. Time and time again, she had gone through thick and thin with him. It was all because of Xia Jingyu. If Qin Xianer's feelings were like a trickling stream, silently nourishing all things and making people feel reluctant to part with her, then Xia Jingyu's feelings were like a surging river. Then Xia Jingyu's emotions were like a surging river. It was always shocking, exciting, and unforgettable. Bitterness filled the corners of his mouth. For the first time, he admitted his heart. However, he didn't want to face the most. Master, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Let me change my appearance. The small Kailan didn't understand Su Yu's expression. Its figure flickered, and this time, it changed into Qin Xianer's appearance. It was vivid and lifelike, and even its intelligent and playful eyes were exactly the same. So, Qin Xianer is really behind me? Su Yu was startled for a long time. The joy he had felt from obtaining a young real spirit as a spiritual pet had dissipated. After he calmed down, Su Yu looked at the small Kailan and said, You should change your appearance. The small Kailan nodded, then obediently changed into its human form again. This time, it changed into Lu Qi. How could it be her? Could she be second only to Qin Xianer in Su Yu's heart? Immediately, Yu understood that the feelings in his heart weren't romantic feelings for her. They were feelings of guilt. Among all the women, Lu Chui was the only one that Yu couldn't let go of. More importantly, she had someone else in her heart, and Yu had taken away her first time. Yu was filled with guilt towards Lu Chui, so he had left a deep impression on her. Do you still want to change? The small Kylan blinked its large purple eyes, its small mouth twitching as it gestured with its hands. Its expression was playful, the complete opposite of Lu Chui's coldness. Forget it. That's it. But if you can avoid leaving the 9 jade spiritual pearl, try not to leave it, Yu instructed. The small Kylan giggled and intimately rubbed itself against him. Yu pushed it away helplessly, then changed the topic. By the way, why did you pounce on the heavenly orchid silver bamboo just now? Do you like to eat this kind of spiritual item? And real spirit items' diet might be unusual. However, the small Kylan shook its head. It pulled Yu to the nursery, then pointed at the right of the 2 seedlings. Yu was puzzled. After observing it carefully, he realized that the heavenly orchid's silver bamboo on the right seemed to be slightly dimmer. The one on the left was green and lush, while the one on the right was slightly dimmer. The small Kylan gestured again. Yu understood and was shocked. Are you saying that there's a worm growing in the seedling? The small Kylan nodded its head, then opened its mouth and inhaled. A formless suction force, which contained an invisible power, traveled from the surface of the seedling to the depths. A pink mist flickered, and a worm the size of a grain of rice was sucked out of the silver seedling. It was round and wriggling on the ground, looking full. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo can grow worms. Yu was very surprised. How hard was the seed of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? It wasn't any weaker than the root in Lu Chui's hand. What kind of worm could burrow into the heavenly orchid silver bamboo and devour its essence? Looking at the dim and haggard seedling of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, Yu couldn't help but feel angry. He lifted his foot to stomp it to death. The worm was so strange. Once it multiplied in the nursery, any crops planted in the future would be destroyed. Wait, master! Wu Aoyue called out after thinking for a moment. As she spoke, she ran over and placed the seedling in a jade box. After observing it carefully for a moment, her face gradually filled with shock and doubt. Wait, master. Let me check the books. I think I've seen this kind of worm in the books about ancient spiritual worms. Ancient spiritual worm? Speaking of which, these 2 seeds of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo were quite old. The worm's appearance was also very sudden. Before this, there hadn't been any worms in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Could it be that the ancient spiritual worm sleeping in the seeds of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo had been awakened as the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sprouted? Chapter 570. Upon closer inspection, the worm, which was about the size of a grain of rice, had a smooth and glossy body and was emitting a lustrous glow. Its body emitted a delicate fragrance, like the fragrance of a flower. Moreover, an extremely strong life force seeped out of the worm's body slowly. The seemingly weak worm's life force was no weaker than the white smoke fireglass frog's. Wu Aoyue took out a thick book from her space ring. It was called the Ancient Spiritual Book. This is the Book of the Purple Cloud Palace, Wu Aoyue said. It records the ancient spiritual objects that have appeared in the history of the Jojo continent, including some ancient spiritual worms. Wu Aoyue flipped through the book quickly. Many pictures appeared in the book, and she compared them carefully. After flipping through more than half of the book, she still could not find the corresponding picture. Wu Aoyue could not help but wonder if she had remembered something wrong. In the end, after flipping through the entire book, she still could not find the corresponding picture. Wu Aoyue's eyes flashed. Maybe I remembered wrongly. Yu was also disappointed. This book recorded almost all ancient spiritual worms. If this worm was not among the ones recorded, it was unlikely that it was an ancient spiritual worm. It could be just a slightly special worm. Chapter 571. Even if it was the lowest level of mutation, the silk it spat out would not be ordinary. Even if he could not use it, Xian'er, Xia Jingyu, and the Duke of Xinyu could. Yes. Wu Aoyue took out a slightly larger container and placed the worm inside. She would throw in food from time to time. However, both she and Suyu did not notice that when Wu Aoyue took back the alms bowl with the demonic beast pattern, the second pattern streaked across with a beam of light. At this moment, Suyu finally had the time to deal with the 4 treasures that the little Kailin had stolen. Suyu raised his hand and sucked the real spirit dragon veins into his palm. He was delighted by the fact that he had regained what he had lost. This kind of thread-like magical treasure was Suyu's best offensive magical treasure. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that no one knew that the dragon vein had actually returned to Suyu's side. Next was the 8-directional bamboo flute. This flute could control souls and possessed an extremely powerful deathly energy. Suyu had witnessed its terror with his own eyes. It was a pity that the matching ruler was missing. 8 desolation, 6 directions. The 8 desolation flute was used to attack, while the 6 directions ruler was used to defend. The 6-directional ruler had most likely been swallowed by the silver puppet's blood threads along with by Yi Jian's death. After that was the Yellow Springs Pearl. Like the desolate sea lost pearl, this pearl was sealed in the final inheritance land. This showed how important it was. The desolate sea lost pearl contained the power of thunder, which was an important material for the prototype fairy artifact to enter the next stage. As for the underworld pearl, it was Suyu's first time hearing about it, so he had no idea what its effects were. The treasure of the ghost realm, the underworld pearl. Wu Aoyue followed Suyu's gaze and looked over. Her eyes were filled with surprise and shock. Could it be that Master has entered the legacy of materials guarded by the descendants of the Guardians? Suyu asked, "Why? Do you know about the underworld pearl?" Wu Aoyue clicked her tongue. In the 9 prefectures, who doesn't know him? During the Great War between humans and ghosts 100 years ago, the Lord of the Ghost World released 5 treasures refined from the underworld pearl and slaughtered all the old monsters in the Jiuzhou continent. No one could stop him. If it wasn't for the sudden situation in the Ghost Realm that caused the Ghost Realm's army to retreat, I'm afraid that our 9 prefectures would have already been destroyed by the Ghost Lord. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes flickered. Jiuzhou's human clan and the ghost clan had such a great battle? Also, was the underworld pearl that powerful? There should be more than one all creations old monster in the Jiuzhou continent, right? This underworld pearl should have been left behind by the human clan's all creations old monsters when the Lord of the Ghost World retreated. Judging from its power, it should be much more damaged and no longer as mighty as it was in the past. If the underworld pearl was at its peak, Tianjizi wouldn't have ended up like this. Do you know the details of that great battle? Suyu asked. Wu Aoyue shook her head. That battle was extremely huge, and it affected the entire Jiuzhou continent. As such, I am unable to explain all of the details to you. The only thing I know is that more than half of the almighty humans from the human clan perished, and their vitality was greatly damaged. The owner of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, Tianjizi, unfortunately perished in the process of surrounding and attacking the king of the ghost world. Even the fairy artifact, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, was destroyed, and it is now floating in the void. Back then, there were countless strong martial artists who died or went missing at the same time. After some investigation, it was found that there were many relics in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion that belonged to those strong martial artists who had gone missing. It was unknown what happened, but they were all sucked into the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Suyu raised his brows. No, Tianjizi perished at the hands of Shuedi, not at the hands of the king of the ghost world. If you are interested, you can look for some ancient books to read. There are many such books, but only the large factions have records of more secretive information. The Purple Cloud Palace has them. Su Yu nodded, deep in thought. All right, we'll talk about it later. He naturally couldn't go to the Purple Cloud Palace, not because of Wu Aoyue's identity, but because of Lu Qi. Lu Qi was the outer sanctum elder of the Purple Cloud Palace. How would he have the face to go to the Purple Cloud Palace? What is the use of this underworld pearl? Su Yu picked it up curiously. Then he suddenly realized that he couldn't grab it. It was as if this tiny pearl was the weight of dozens of mountains. Wu Aoyue pursed her lips into a smile. It seems like you already know the use of the underworld pearl. In this world, the underworld pearl is the densest. Only strong martial artists who cultivate body-strengthening techniques can wield this pearl. The fact that the little Kylan could bring it here must have something to do with the space in its body. Su Yu suddenly understood. Could it be that the unusual weight of the central star in the wisest Milky Way formation was due to this underworld pearl? This item could even crush all creation's old monsters to death. It would be strange if Su Yu and the little Kylan could grab it. This pearl contains the essence blood of the master of the ghost world. Even all creation's old monsters can't refine it for their own use. Master, you shouldn't spend too much effort on it. Even if it can be refined, you still need to cultivate a strong physique, Wu Aoyue said. The underworld pearl was a supreme treasure of the ghost world. It could only be seen but not touched. It was completely useless. Is that so? Su Yu stroked his chin as he placed his palm on the underworld pearl. With a thought, a silver talisman slowly rotated in Su Yu's palm. Before long, a wisp of black ghost energy, which reeked of blood, slowly seeped out of the underworld pearl. Wu Aoyue was startled, and then she was horrified. The imprint has been expelled. You, what have you done? The shock in her heart was even greater than when she discovered the existence of the 9 jade spiritual pearl. A supreme treasure that even all creation's old monsters couldn't refine was successfully expelled by Su Yu. How was this possible? After a while, Su Yu retracted his palm. His face was pale, and he seemed very tired. He was also extremely shocked. He had used the Milky Way star sand to purify the imprint, but the Milky Way star sand had only absorbed 1% of the imprint. Moreover, it had consumed a great deal of his mental strength. Now he was even more exhausted. As expected of the treasure of the master of the ghost world, it can even withstand the power of an emperor-based saint artifact. Su Yu was secretly shocked. It seemed that if he wanted to completely refine the underworld pearl, even if he worked day and night, it would still take 3 whole months. Su Yu's eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. He didn't know what kind of power it would unleash after refining it. Even if it was in a damaged state, it should still be extremely powerful, right? The rewards he had gained from this trip were immeasurable. All of this was due to the little Kylan. You should stay in the 9 jade spiritual pearl for now. I still have to deal with a strong enemy. It's not good for you to show yourself, Su Yu said. The little Kylan was a little dissatisfied, but it nodded obediently. It tugged at Su Yu's trousers with its 2 hooves, indicating that it should let him out as soon as possible. With a faint smile, Su Yu looked at the last treasure, the iron box. This box had also been snatched by the little Kylan. Originally, it was supposed to be broken up and opened with Xia Jingyu. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu gave up. He would open it with Xia Jingyu when he found her. With a thought, Su Yu exited the space and returned to his body. He had already rested here for 4 hours. The injury on his right arm was not a big deal, and his bones had healed quite a bit. After breaking through to the half-fairy realm, he possessed vital energy, which was very effective in healing his injuries. It seemed that he would be able to fully recover in half a day's time. However, right at that moment, Su Yu felt a pain in his chest. His expression changed slightly. It broke through the formation so quickly, and it even destroyed one of my clones. Su Yu's clone could sense it, so he could naturally sense it after it was destroyed. According to his plan, the Ice Soul Divine Dream spell should have been able to trap the puppet for a day. If he was lucky, it could have been trapped until the end of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion 5 days later. He had not expected that it would break through the formation in just 4 hours, and that it would quickly find a clone. It seemed like he could not go out for the time being. Otherwise, the possibility of being discovered would be very high. Chapter 572. In the darkness, a majestic figure stepped out. With a green face and fangs, he was surrounded by ghost energy. Who else could it be but the Ghost King? Su Yu did not believe that the Ghost King had coincidentally found this hidden place and met him by chance. After all, the Ghost King had escaped in another direction. If even the Ghost King could easily find Su Yu, wouldn't it be even easier for the silver puppet to find him? The Ghost King looked at his empty right arm and smiled. Would it be difficult for me to sense your location after taking my arm? Hearing this, Su Yu's heart trembled, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. In the Zhenlong continent, the Ghost King had cut off one of his arms to show his sincerity in cooperating with Su Yu. That arm was now in Su Yu's space ring. The Ghost King could easily sense the direction of his arm using his blood essence. It was not that he had not hidden well, but that he had been careless. Do you have any advice for me? It is not too late to hide now. When the silver puppet comes, neither of us will be able to escape. Su Yu secretly held the small golden sword, his face calm. The Ghost King laughed. Of course I want your life. Do you think you can keep your life after taking this king's things? The things he was referring to were undoubtedly the ghost-suppressing golden ring and the mysterious heavenly map. Su Yu's expression was calm. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. You should have seen my treasures. If you don't want to die, you can forget about it. Humph. The Ghost King looked at Su Yu's right palm and laughed coldly. You only have a thunder sword left, as well as the dry cloud 5 elemental formations pearl. It will not be difficult to kill you. After saying this, the Ghost King's pitch-black figure disappeared into the darkness. The power that erupted from his strong body was even greater than that of an early-stage fairy. This powerful body had forcefully withstood Su Yu's Buddhist saint's 8 characters and saved Baizhi. Even if Su Yu was slightly touched by such a body, he would lose half his life. However, Su Yu had a strange look on his face. I have a way to deal with you. With a wave of his hand, a golden halo flew out of Su Yu's sleeves towards the Ghost King. The golden rings were engraved with all kinds of runes. After infusing his Jinchi into them, 18 clear Buddha statues appeared. They chanted in Sanskrit and sang loudly. The golden Buddhist light they emitted illuminated the dark underground ruins with a golden hue. The power of the ghost-suppressing golden ring, which was infused with vital energy, could not be compared to before. This kind of Buddha nature treasure was the best counter to Ghost Kings. The golden hoop descended and was about to trap the Ghost King. There was no fear on Ghost King's face. Instead, he sneered. Do you think I don't know that you have the ghost-suppressing golden ring? I'm not surprised at all by this trump card. As soon as he finished speaking, a painting suddenly appeared in the Ghost King's bosom. An old man with his hands behind his back walked out of the painting. His entire body was transparent, and one could see the other side from one side. This was the old man in the painting. The soul was on the spiritual plane and was difficult to see with the naked eye. However, the old man's soul was almost translucent. This meant that his soul was extremely powerful and close to materialization. A divine Lord-level soul. Just who was the old man in the painting? Why did he possess a divine Lord-level soul? After the old man appeared, he raised his hand and grabbed at the void. A shocking scene appeared. The ghost-suppressing golden ring, which had been refined by Su Yu, immediately lost its connection with Su Yu and was easily grabbed by the old man's palm. Using my treasure to attack me. Haha, young man, you still have much to learn. The old man in the painting sneered. Hand over the mysterious heavenly map, and I will grant you a quick death. Su Yu's expression was as calm as ever. I don't believe that you would dare to fight here. If we fight too intensely and explode into waves, I'm afraid that the silver puppet will easily sense it. That silver puppet is not as easy to deal with as by Aegean. If it comes, you will not be able to escape death. If you want to fight to the death, I will accompany you. The silver puppet was like a knife over all of their heads. The strange thing was, the Ghost King and the old man in the painting both had strange smiles on their faces. Ha! You are still too young after all. First, I have already set up a spell in these ruins. No matter how intensely we fight, the waves will not spread out. Second, I believe that you do not have the ability to fight me intensely. At the end of his speech, his face suddenly turned cold, and his old eyes shot out an icy cold light. The Ghost King also revealed a ferocious expression, his murderous intent rising. However, the strange thing was that after listening to him, Su Yu laughed eerily. I am relieved that you are prepared. The Ghost King and the old man were stunned. Listening to Su Yu's words, it seemed that he was looking forward to such a situation. Could there be an ambush around them? After careful observation, they did not see any dangerous ambush. Humph, what a pretentious act. You have lost the ghost-suppressing golden ring. What else do you have to rely on? The Ghost King coldly snorted, his figure disappearing like the wind once again. Su Yu did not even think. With a flip of his palm, he took out the Cosmos Thunder Sword. With a sweep of the sword, a 500-foot-long thunderbolt, sword energy, illuminated the dark world. It also illuminated the Ghost King's ferocious body clearly. The Ghost King was slightly afraid, but he did not retreat. Instead, he used his strong body to fight back. With a punch, the sword energy was dispersed. The thunderbolt only caused the ghost energy on the Ghost King's body to become slightly dimmer, but it did not cause much harm to him. In an instant, the Ghost King had already closed in on Su Yu. Su Yu tilted his shoulder and was about to move away when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. An ice-cold voice came from behind him without any warning. Lad, it's over. The old man in the painting had taken advantage of Su Yu's distraction to appear behind him, as if he had teleported. Almost instinctively, a blue light beam flickered beneath Su Yu's feet and enveloped him. The old man in the painting shook his head coldly. It's useless. You can't stop me with just the defense of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. With a cracking sound, the blue light beam seemed to respond to the old man's words as it shattered. The old man's transparent palm went straight for Su Yu's back. However, Su Yu revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Is that so? If you can't stop me with just one, then what about a set? Buzz! The space suddenly trembled, as 4 different colored balls appeared around Su Yu's body at the same time. They formed a circle with the blue balls, which enveloped the Ghost King, the old man in the painting, and Su Yu at the same time. The 5-colored light beam soared into the sky and formed a 5-colored seal, which trapped all of them within it. What? The complete, dry, cloud, 5-elemental formation? Don't you only have 1 pearl? The Ghost King turned pale with fright. The expression of the old man in the painting also changed drastically. How could they know that this was a deliberate move by Su Yu? Apart from Lu Qi and Shenge, no one else had seen Su Yu control the complete, dry cloud, 5-elemental formation. They all assumed that the faction's elders had lent him a pearl to protect himself. Su Yu's body flickered, and he passed through the seal's light screen without any obstruction. He stood outside the seal and smiled. You might be right. The battle between us might not be that intense. Chapter 573. Retract. With a low grunt, Su Yu put his palms together, and the sealing cage quickly contracted. In an instant, it had shrunk to 5 feet, locking the two of them within a small area. The Ghost King's face darkened. He activated a ball of ghost energy in his palms and extended his arms to support the shrinking light screen. His expression was ugly. "You hid it well. You have never used this magical treasure, even when we were in danger before." Su Yu had encountered the silver puppet at the 7th level of the Divine Pavilion, as well as the battle at the 8th level of the Great Bone Palace. Even then, he had still kept this trump card. Su Yu did not speak. He clenched his fists again, and the dry cloud 5 elemental formation was forcefully contracted. Crack! The Ghost King groaned in pain. His arm was slightly fractured from the compression. 5 feet had been compressed to 3 feet. The Ghost King and the Soul Old Man were squeezed together, and it was still compressing. It looked like the two of them were going to be squeezed to death. The Ghost King struggled. Even though he had an invincible body, he could only slow down the compression. The dry cloud 5 elemental formation, which had been imbued with vital energy, was much more powerful than before. It had been difficult for it to trap Shungo, but now it was easy for it to control the Ghost King, who had an even stronger body. This was because Su Yu only had 1 vital energy crystal. If he had 3 spiritual crystals in his body, condensed into crystals at the same time, he would probably be able to crush the Ghost King to death with a flip of his palm. The Soul Old Man's expression was still calm. Only when the light screen was about to crush them did he say, "Is this your trump card?" As he spoke, the Soul Old Man extended a finger and touched the colorful light screen. A vortex appeared on the extremely powerful, colorful light screen, just enough for one person to pass through. His soul body turned into a wisp of green smoke and floated out. The vortex closed, and only the Ghost King was trapped within it. "A small trick," the Soul Old Man said calmly. Su Yu was surprised, but not shocked. Although the dry cloud 5 elemental formation was powerful, it did not have the ability to restrain souls. Moreover, the old man had a powerful soul at the Divine Master level. Hence, Su Yu was prepared. The moment the old man appeared, the thunder sword in his hand drew a lightning arc in the air. Lightning was also extremely harmful to the soul. Lightning sword. The Soul Old Man's gaze was calm. He slapped out with his palm. He was clearly a soul body, but this palm caused the space to cave in. The 500 feet long lightning arc was annihilated with a puff. Su Yu was shocked. Even a top-notch early-stage fairy like Bai Yijian would have to be extremely careful. However, the Soul Old Man had only used a casual palm strike. Su Yu's heart sank. He had underestimated the Soul Old Man. Although he was only a soul, he was still not a powerful being that Su Yu could deal with. After all, he was a divine master. Even if only his soul was left, he was still abnormally powerful. Its power is acceptable. What other techniques do you have? Just use them now. Once I attack, you won't have another chance, the Soul Old Man said calmly as he looked at Su Yu's expression. Su Yu immediately felt troubled. He revolved the vital energy in his body and imbued it into the thunder sword, waving it 3 times in a row. The 3 bolts of lightning sword chi merged and turned into a huge sword chi that was as thick as a water bucket. Everywhere it passed, the air exploded, the earth was compressed, and even the isolation formation began to tremble. The dust in the ruins surged and filled the dark, underground world. In the air, there was a scorching aura of lightning. After merging, the lightning sword chi was extremely powerful. However, the Soul Old Man's eyes were still calm. Facing the dangerous sword chi, he extended his entire palm and clenched it. Suddenly, the space in the ruins tightened, as if it was being held by something. Then, the space around the lightning sword chi was compressed. The huge sword chi was quickly compressed to 100 feet, 50 feet, 10 feet, and finally it was only an inch. When the lightning sword chi arrived in front of the Soul Old Man, it was only the size of a candle flame. The Soul Old Man pinched 2 of his fingers and extinguished the soul flame. He then shook his head and said, You have exhausted your limited abilities. Are these the only techniques you have left? If that is the case, I should send you on your way." Suyu had easily destroyed it. The difference between Suyu and the Soul Old Man was immeasurable. However, Suyu was not disappointed. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile and asked, "Is that so?" The Soul Old Man frowned as he sensed that something was amiss. Right at that moment, he suddenly felt a burning pain in between his 2 fingers. Alarmed, the old man tossed it away without any hesitation. However, it was too late for him to react. Within the candle flame that the Soul Old Man had extinguished, there was a white flame the size of a strand of hair burning quietly. His soul on the mental plane was actually being burned by the white flames. They quickly covered his fingers, burning them to the point where they became even more transparent. It was the soul flame of the white smoke glass frog. Once the flame started burning, it quickly spread from his fingers to his palm. The Soul Old Man's indifferent expression revealed a hint of surprise for the first time. "Soul flame." As he cried out in surprise, his palm shook violently and the flame fell off. However, his palm had become extremely thin. In just a short moment, the white flame had caused significant damage to his soul. "Did you hide the soul flame in the lightning sword and use it repeatedly on purpose to make me lower my guard?" The Soul Old Man was no longer as indifferent as before. His expression had become gloomy. This lad had actually hidden a trump card, and it was a flame that specialized in restraining his soul. "Is that so?" Suyu still had a meaningful smile on his face. The Soul Old Man's pupils shrank slightly. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. The lad in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. His techniques were endless, and it was impossible to defend against them. Just as he was guarding against Suyu, a white flame suddenly appeared in the void around him. The place where the flame had appeared was where he had first extinguished the lightning sword. Within the sunken space, it was as if a volcano had erupted, bursting forth with brilliant white flames. The eruption was so sudden that it was completely unexpected. This was the real trump card that Suyu had prepared. The first seemingly harmless lightning sword energy contained the real killing move. The sword energy had been extinguished by the Soul Old Man, but the soul flame had hidden itself in the sunken space, exploding at this unexpected moment. Instead, the second lightning sword energy and the weak white flame had been a distraction. What? The Soul Old Man's expression changed in shock as he was engulfed by the white flame. His entire soul body had turned into a flaming man in an instant. Sizzle! Sizzle! His soul was being burned to the point that it was emitting a sizzling sound. At a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, his soul was rapidly disappearing. As he roared angrily, the Soul Old Man's soul quickly disappeared. A voice filled with both shock and anger could be heard from his mouth. "You have done something stupid. Quickly retract the flame. It will come out soon." Who is it?" Suyu was stunned. The Ghost King did not understand either. Then, as if he had sensed something, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. "This aura is—" The Soul Old Man was indeed disappearing into the void, but strangely, a black scale had appeared in the void. The scales emitted an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Chapter 574. It's the aura of a demon. The Ghost King's eyes widened and his expression changed dramatically. A rare look of fear appeared on his face. He didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. As the Soul Old Man was burned, more and more black scales grew on his body. It was like a slumbering, primordial, ferocious beast was slowly awakening, emitting a terrifying aura. Its appearance terrified the Soul Old Man more than anyone else. He was abnormally shocked. Seeing that the white flames were about to melt his entire body, the Soul Old Man gritted his teeth and formed a seal with his hands. His soul body suddenly split into two. a thin soul body that looked like a cloud separated from his solid body. It was as if a gust of wind could scatter his soul. He used some kind of divine ability to forcibly tear his own soul apart. Such a technique made Su Yu secretly shocked. Soul tearing seemed easy, but the soul was originally one body. So how could it be torn apart? It was like splitting one's body into two. How difficult was that? The soul old man's power had once again exceeded Su Yu's expectations. The soul that was split into two was covered in white flames, while the soul old man's body was free from the soul flames. The soul old man did not dare to be careless. He immediately grabbed the ghost-suppressing golden ring and poured his vital chi into it. At some point in time, Buddhist light shone and the sound of Sanskrit rang out. In terms of power, it was many times more powerful than when it was in Su Yu's hands. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the black scales on the old man's body shrank back into the depths of his soul at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like the old man was extremely afraid of the Buddhist light. In just a short moment, all the black scales on his body had disappeared. Only then did the old man heave a sigh of relief. His eyes flashed with the fear of surviving a calamity. While secretly heaving a sigh of relief, the old man's face turned gloomy, and his eyes, which were staring at Su Yu, shot out a sharp, murderous intent. "Idiot, do you know that you almost caused a huge disaster? In the past, I fought a great battle with an otherworldly demon. In order to kill it, I didn't hesitate to destroy my body and perish together with it. In the end, I used my soul to suppress its remnant soul in my body. Just now, you almost released it. Do you know how many lives it will harm once it comes into being?" Hearing this, the Ghost King secretly took a deep breath. "It really is a demon." Demons? Was he referring to the people from the demon sect? The expressions of the soul old man and the Ghost King told Su Yu that the demon in their eyes was no small matter. However, what Su Yu despised was the old man's words and actions. His words and actions were ruthless and decisive. There was not the slightest bit of benevolence in his heart. So how could he care about the common people? Now he was trying to flatter himself by saying that he was sacrificing himself for the human race. If he was not wrong, he might have encountered a so-called devil. After a battle, his physical body was destroyed, and his soul was still entangled with the devil's remnant soul. "So, you're the only one who can kill me, and I can't touch you for the sake of all the living beings in the world. Otherwise, I'll release this demon and cause harm to all living beings." Su Yu was amused. The soul old man's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly, "You can't be allowed to live." "Huh." The soul old man formed a seal with both of his hands. His soul body gradually emitted a blue glow. From afar, it looked like a flame, but upon closer inspection, it was abnormally cold. Even Su Yu couldn't help but shiver. His whole body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "What is this?" Su Yu's heart shuddered. This was the first time he had seen a living being's soul emit such an extremely cold aura. "Since we are both soul prodigies, I will use my natal soul ice flame to send you on your way. Then you will be able to rest in peace." The old man opened his eyes and blue ice flames engulfed his body. The surrounding space didn't change at all, but the living beings in the vicinity were all killed. The ice-cold aura directly froze their souls. Su Yu's consciousness became blurry, and he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Fortunately, his soul was different from ordinary people's, so he managed to react in time. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the sharp pain made his spirit rise. He was deeply shocked. What kind of mysterious soul secret technique is this? Just the remnant power of it had almost caused him to fall into its trap. If the soul ice flame really entered his body, wouldn't his soul be immediately frozen? At such a critical moment, the white soul flame in Su Yu's body gushed out. It turned into a large white flame, which collided with the soul ice flame. However, Su Yu's heart sank when he saw the white flame meet the purple ice flame. It was like a tiny flame meeting a flood. It couldn't even resist for a moment before it was completely destroyed. Although they were both soul secret techniques, the two were not on the same level. The soul old man laughed indifferently. Soul secret techniques are only at the lowest level, yet you still want to fight against me? What a joke! Lowest level. Could there be many different levels of soul usage? As he spoke, the boundless soul ice flame came crashing down like a flood. Su Yu's soul was instantly engulfed by the enormous and frightening soul ice flame. Coldness, death, despair, and the illusion of being powerless to struggle appeared in Su Yu's soul. The attack on his soul was too strong. It had never been this strong before. If the previous soul attack was like a river flowing without any danger, then the soul attack this time was like a great flood. The boundless attack directly froze Su Yu's soul. However, Su Yu still had the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, which had absolute resistance against soul attacks. But the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron couldn't even react in time, and it was also frozen. Su Yu's heart sank. He felt as if he had stepped on a cliff and fallen into a bottomless abyss. Even the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had been frozen. What kind of frightening secret technique was this? Even the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron couldn't deal with it? This was the first soul attack that the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron could not defend against. This thought shook Su Yu's mind deeply. His consciousness was quickly engulfed by coldness. However, before his consciousness became hazy, he made a move. He weaved a seal with one hand. To be more accurate, he had secretly prepared a seal before the soul ice flame had attacked him. As cautious as he was, even with the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he had never been careless. He had prepared a backup plan. The soul old man was surprised, but he did not dare be careless. This lad had many tricks up his sleeves, and it was impossible to defend against them. He flew backward, his eyes locked onto Su Yu. He was extremely focused. However, just as he was focusing on his back, a claw filled with ghost energy suddenly extended from his back, piercing through his chest. The ghost energy had an extremely strong corrosive aura, and it quickly engulfed the soul old man's soul. The soul old man looked back in disbelief. The owner of the ghost claw, which was surrounded by ghost energy, was none other than the Ghost King, who had been trapped by the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. The soul old man could not understand. He could not understand how the Ghost King, who had been trapped, had managed to escape. He could not understand why the Ghost King had dared to attack him. Actually, what he could not understand was that Su Yu and the Ghost King had worked together back in the Jinlong continent. Now, they were just fulfilling their promise. The person who had released the Ghost King was Su Yu, who was on the verge of death. Chapter 575. In the sealed space, the Ghost King had been ordered by the soul old man to deal with Su Yu. Now he had even chased after Su Yu. Su Yu had taken the opportunity to secretly communicate with the Ghost King through telepathy, which was why this unexpected scene had occurred. The soul old man's body was quickly engulfed by ghost energy, as if he was being burned by black flames. After the initial shock, his eyes were filled with deep anger. "You dare betray me?" The Ghost King retreated and laughed coldly. "Betray me? Do you think I should be your slave and slave? You are asking for death." The soul old man snorted coldly. With a thought, he activated the Buddha's relic in the Ghost King's body. It was the existence of the Buddha's relic that allowed the soul old man to control the Ghost King's life. However, the imagined scene of the Buddha's light destroying the Ghost King did not happen. Instead, the corner of the Ghost King's mouth curled up in a mocking sneer. "I used to be a ghost demon emissary. You can control me for a while, but if you want to control me forever, you are too naive." Old man Dai. The soul old man was shocked. How and when did the Ghost King escape from his control? However, the ghost energy was still in the soul room. The soul old man's body shook, and he used the same trick again, splitting a part of his soul. His eyes were filled with malice. Good. I was tricked by the two of you. Today, if I don't kill both of you, I will not rest. Is that so? I don't think you have a chance to live. Suyu, who had just recovered from the soul ice flame, said coldly. The soul old man was severely injured, and his soul attack was interrupted. Naturally, Suyu was freed from it. He looked at Ghost King with deep meaning, a smile yet not a smile. Humph, do you think you can defeat me? My soul body is not something you can handle. The soul old man snorted coldly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a vortex suddenly appeared in the Ghost King's abdomen. Within the vortex, a mass of blood-red light shot out. The mass of blood-red light condensed into a ghost face, which bit the soul old man's body without warning. All of a sudden, the soul old man screamed in pain. A small part of his soul body was torn off by the blood-red ghost face. The ghost face chewed greedily, as if it was enjoying swallowing his soul. After losing a part of his soul, the soul old man's body rapidly expanded and contracted, showing signs of exploding. Devouring souls? Who is it? The soul old man was both shocked and furious. Chila, with a tremor, a ball of light flew out from the vortex in the Ghost King's abdomen. The silhouette gradually turned into the size of a normal human, and its body was surrounded by a bloody light. An unfamiliar face appeared in front of everyone. It was a resolute face with a high nose bridge and thick lips. His skin was a faint blood-red color, and there was a half-moon tattoo on his forehead. His entire person gave off a very sharp and strange feeling. Evil ghost bloodline. The soul old man was shocked. He is your descendant, right? Why would they appear in your stomach? The soul old man simply could not understand how he had managed to hide someone else in his stomach. This king's abdomen space has always had two entrances. One is in my abdomen, and the other is in the hands of my descendants. Do you have any more questions? The Ghost King sneered. His abdomen had long been refined into a spatial treasure, so it was not surprising that he had another way to enter it. However, the soul old man had never imagined that the Ghost King would have such a trick up his sleeve. Does this mean that the Buddha Sarira is no longer in your abdomen space? The soul old man's expression became even more unsightly. The Ghost King nodded slightly. It was left in the Jinlong continent's ghost clan by my descendants through a secret space. Then, why did you wait until now to strike? The soul old man's body expanded and contracted more violently, and his soul was on the verge of destruction. The Ghost King sneered. If I had not taken advantage of your carelessness, do you think I would have had the chance to deal a fatal blow to you? Even the Ghost King was not confident that he could defeat the soul of a divine master. Just the soul ice flame alone was something that no one present could block. The soul old man was extremely furious. His slightly reddened eyes glanced at Suyu and the Ghost King viciously, especially when he looked at Suyu. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. The person that the soul old man hated the most was undoubtedly Suyu. If he had not repeatedly played tricks, how could the Ghost King have found an opportunity to attack him? Then go and become a ghost. Suyu snorted coldly. White flames shot out of his eyes and engulfed the soul old man. His violently expanding soul could no longer withstand the attack, and with a puff it turned into white smoke and drifted on the ground. Then it shattered into crystal light and seeped into the ground. His death allowed Suyu to heave a sigh of relief. After going through so much danger, he had finally schemed to kill this almighty level soul. Suyu was well aware of the dangers involved. In particular, the soul ice flame released by the soul old man posed a real threat to Suyu. The fact that the two of them were able to join forces and destroy the soul old man's soul was partly due to luck. If the soul old man had been wary of the Ghost King, they would have been the ones who had died today. Just as Suyu was heaving a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt the gazes of the other two people. Suyu raised his head and looked at them. The Ghost King had a relaxed smile on his face, but there was a complicated and hesitant look in his eyes. The other person was the burly man. His gaze was not friendly as he stared at Su Yu coldly. "You already knew that I was in the Ghost King's stomach," the burly man said coldly. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, I knew." The Ghost King had a strange look in his eyes. In order not to be discovered by the soul old man, he had only spoken a few words to Su Yu. He had never told Su Yu that his descendant was in the space in his stomach. "When did you know? Did you know who I was?" For some reason, the burly man's tone was even more unfriendly. Su Yu said leisurely, "I knew when Cho Ziming died. At the place of the legacy of elixirs, he had offended Cho Ziming and ambushed Su Yu outside the cave. But when Su Yu came out, he discovered that Cho Ziming had already been sucked dry. At that time, he could tell that this was the doing of someone with the bloodline of the evil ghost, just like him. But he pretended not to know and said that it was the doing of the silver puppet. At that time, he knew that someone with the bloodline of the evil ghost existed. In other words, the ghost clan of the 8 great ancient clans was in the 8th level of the divine pavilion. Those from the 8 great ancient clans that could come had all come. Only the ghost clan did not make any noise, as they had not entered the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Hence, the only place Su Yu could think of was the mysterious space in the Ghost King's stomach. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. "Since you know my background, you should know how I will deal with you, right?" the burly man said coldly. Su Yu's expression was calm, not surprised. "Of course I know, Ghost Clan. Clan Master." The person before him was the clan master of the Ghost Clan. He was also the person who had almost killed Ling Xiaotian in the past. "You transformed into the Black Snow Devil King and pretended to be a member of the Ghost Clan. Is this true?" the Ghost Clan master asked indifferently. Su Yu did not quibble. He nodded and said, "Yes, the people of the outside world all think that I am a member of the Ghost Clan. Do you want to settle the score with me for tarnishing the reputation of the Ghost Clan?" Unexpectedly, the Ghost Clan master shook his head coldly. "The Ghost Clan has always regarded reputation as dirt. So what if you pretended to be one? You only made one mistake. That is an unforgivable mistake." Su Yu was stunned, but he immediately understood. "You mean you got the bloodline of the evil ghost from Palace Master Ling?" The Ghost Clan master took a deep breath. "It seems like it is true. You really got the bloodline of Ling Xiaotian." Su Yu took a few steps back and prepared to attack. He then asked calmly, "Why? Do you want to take back the bloodline of the evil ghost from your clan?" Chapter 576. What? Su Yu raised his brows slightly. He was skeptical. "Why do you think he was besieged by the Ghost Clan?" the Ghost Clan master asked meaningfully. Su Yu clearly remembered that Ling Xiaotian had been besieged and saved by the King of Darkness. That was how he had become the Empire of Darkness Deputy Palace Master. As for why he had been besieged and who had besieged him, Su Yu had no idea. "It's because his bloodline isn't the bloodline of the evil ghost," the Ghost Clan master said in a low voice. The Ghost King, who was beside him, was surprised. "Really?" Hearing this, the Ghost Clan master replied respectfully, "Ancestor, there was indeed a person with a mutated bloodline in our clan. He was quite dangerous. He lost control of his bloodline and accidentally sucked the flesh and blood of several Ghost Clan members. Later, after losing control of his bloodline, he raped women. After a discussion, we decided to sentence him to death." The Ghost King furrowed his brows slightly. "A mutated bloodline?" "Yes. Ling Xiaotian's bloodline contains a strong evil nature. If one is careless, evil thoughts will enter his body, causing him to lose his mind and do unexplainable things. We have the pure bloodline of the evil ghost, so he can't be controlled by evil thoughts. However, he is the complete opposite. He is extremely dangerous in our clan, so we made this decision. Ancestor, please forgive us. We didn't mean to kill each other. We just had to do it." Hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped. The Ghost Clan Master's words made Suyu feel uneasy. Raping a woman. Something similar had happened to Suyu before. Although Fairy Feng and Lucci had different causes, the evil thoughts produced by the bloodline of the evil ghost played an important role. He had always believed that the bloodline of the evil ghost would produce evil thoughts. However, according to the Ghost Clan Master, the real bloodline of the evil ghost would not affect one's mind. What was the bloodline that Ling Xiaotian had given him? Does it contain evil nature? The Ghost King squinted his eyes and looked at Suyu carefully again. After a while he said seriously, "Yes, it is indeed strange. His blood contains another bloodline." The Ghost King said thoughtfully. Then he looked at Suyu and said, "What a deep evil thought, Ancestor. How should we deal with this lad?" The Ghost Clan Master looked at Suyu with complicated emotions in his eyes. This person's bloodline originates from our Ghost Clan, but it is also higher than our Ghost Clan. I don't know which bloodline it comes from. We can't let this get out. Hearing this, Suyu secretly raised his guard. The relationship between him and the Ghost King could not be said to be very friendly. Now that the contract between them had been completed, there was even less of a connection between them. The Ghost King squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought. Hesitation flashed in his eyes. Suyu had so many magical treasures that even the Ghost King couldn't help but be tempted by them. After all, he knew that Suyu had several sets of semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts. If he could kill it, his harvest would definitely be bountiful. After a moment of contemplation, Ghost King opened his eyes regained their cool, decisively said, "This matter shall end here." Since his bloodline is not the evil specter bloodline, it has nothing to do with us, the Ghost King calmly said. Firstly, he had no reason to kill Suyu. Secondly, Suyu was abnormally powerful, and since his return to the Jiuzhou continent was imminent, there was really no need to complicate matters. The Ghost Clan's master wasn't willing to accept this outcome. "Ancestor, with my fairy realm's battle prowess, if I cooperate with you, we might be able to kill this lad." In the Jinlong continent, only the King of Darkness, Elder Jiu, and the corpse of the Heavenly Law Alliance's World Senior were known to the people of the fairy realm. Who would have known that the Ghost Clan's master, who rarely appeared in the world, was actually a fairy realm expert? If the two of them joined hands and the dry cloud 5 elemental formation was exposed, it would be extremely difficult for Suyu to deal with them. I have already made up my mind. The Ghost King snorted calmly as he secretly transmitted his voice to the Ghost Clan's master. "Do you think that I will give up even if I have a 50% chance of defeating him? This lad is still holding my Eternal Stone King armor." The Ghost Clan's master was startled. "What, Ancestor, you don't even have a 50% chance of defeating him?" A wary look appeared on the Ghost King's face. 50% is if I have your help. If I were to fight him alone, I wouldn't even have a 30% chance of defeating him. So, it is highly likely that I will die at his hands. The Ghost Clan's master didn't witness Suyu's attack with his own eyes, but when he heard the Ghost King's words, he realized that he had probably underestimated this Jinlong continent's youth. When the Ghost Clan's master looked at Suyu, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. "You and I have already sworn an oath, so let's part ways here." The Ghost King took out a dim yellow scroll and threw it into the air. It immediately turned into a ball of flames and was burned to ashes. This was the Heart Oath Scroll, which contained the agreement he had made with the Ghost King. Now that the oath had been fulfilled, the contract would be destroyed by itself. Suyu's heart suddenly relaxed, as if he had just gotten rid of some kind of restraint. His whole body felt comfortable, and his thoughts became smooth and unobstructed. The Ghost King cupped his fists at Suyu and bid him farewell. However, before he left, he said in a meaningful tone, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Try not to use your mutated bloodline as much as possible. Based on my perception, the evil intent contained within your bloodline isn't something you can control. Every time you use it, the evil intent will become stronger, and in the end your body will be occupied by the evil intent and you will become an evil puppet. Su Yu's heart shuddered when he heard the Ghost King's warning. Even the Ghost King, who was a ghost, was wary of evil intent. As a human, Su Yu's resistance to it was probably even lower. Thank you for your reminder. Su Yu cupped his fists at Su Yu. The Ghost King's advice before he left was quite kind. The Ghost King nodded and put the Ghost Clan Master into the space in his stomach. He then flew into the air and left. Let's part ways here. You should also leave as soon as possible. This place's isolation formation has already been broken, and the silver puppet must have already sensed the fluctuations here. You shouldn't stay here for long. The Ghost King paused for a moment, then revealed an enigmatic look. You should leave the Jinlong continent as soon as possible. If you delay any longer, something unexpected might happen. Such an inexplicable reminder confused Su Yu. Leaving the Jinlong continent as soon as possible. Is it because something bad is about to happen on the continent? As he looked at the Ghost Clan Master, his expression became stern, and he wore an unfathomable expression. The Ghost King didn't explain anything, but just flew up. Su Yu didn't want to stay here any longer, so he flew up into the sky. The Ghost King headed east, while Su Yu headed west. However, just as they were about to fly up into the sky above them suddenly darkened. The bright and beautiful divine pavilion sky suddenly became gloomy, and their field of vision suddenly became dark. The surrounding space became as dark and gloomy as an underground ruin. However, when they looked around, they discovered that the darkened sky only covered a radius of 10,000 feet above their heads. Woo! Woo! The rapid pressure caused the air to emit an ear-piercing whine. The black sky had unexpectedly collapsed. It was engulfed by the wind and clouds, and the whole sky had completely collapsed. The ferocious pressure crushed the ruins into dust. Su Yu and the Ghost King, who were in the sky, suffered from an extremely powerful pressure, and they fell from the sky. The terrifying pressure made Su Yu and the Ghost King feel like they were leaves in the wind, and they couldn't resist it at all. Seeing that they were about to fall from a height of 1,000 feet, Su Yu's expression changed drastically. His whole body flickered with a 5-colored light, and the dry cloud 5 elemental formation appeared to protect his surroundings. Bang! The dry cloud 5 elemental formation collided with the ground, creating a giant pit that was 30 feet deep. The 5-colored light screen dimmed, and Su Yu's mouth was dripping with blood. It seemed like he had sustained heavy injuries. Looking at the Ghost King, he wasn't any better. Even though his physical body was strong, under that kind of pressure, the corner of his lips turned red. The two of them reacted at the same time. They didn't have the time to check what had happened, and they immediately turned and ran, flying out of the black sky. But before they could move, wisps of black clouds suddenly rose from the ground. The clouds covered a radius of 10,000 feet, and they were 3 inches thick. It caused the sky and ground of the ruins within 10,000 feet to turn black. Thump, thump. A loud sound came from the depths of the ground. It was powerful, and everyone could hear it. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the vibrations was like the beating of a human's heart. The frequency was getting higher and faster, as if something was awakening. Thump, 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 thump. In between breaths, the heartbeat was like a turbulent river, beating continuously. The black clouds on the ground shook again and again, following the sound of the heartbeat. Su Yu realized that his own heart was also beating intensely, following the sound of the heartbeat. At the same time, a hair-raising aura slowly seeped out from the depths of the ground. That aura was cold, cruel, bloodthirsty, and demonic. It's a demon. Impossible. He should have been killed along with that guy's soul. Why is he still alive? The Ghost King's face was filled with fear. As a ghost, even he was afraid of demons. No, he was terrified of them. Run. The Ghost King's face was filled with fear. When he had encountered the silver puppet, he had only felt fear. However, when he encountered this demon, his face was filled with terror. Suyu retreated without hesitation. His face was gloomy. What exactly is a demon? How powerful is it? Sizzle! Suddenly, Suyu heard some movement behind him, so he turned around to look. The churning black mist actually gathered towards the center and gradually condensed into a human figure. The black fog, which covered a radius of 10,000 feet, gathered together in the blink of an eye. It was a familiar figure. It was the Soul Old Man. The only difference was that the Soul Old Man's body was covered in black scales. Those scales seemed to have a life of their own. It was as if they were breathing, constantly expanding and contracting, causing one to shudder. The Soul Old Man's eyes were no longer human eyes. Instead, they were a pair of deep purple pupils, which looked extremely evil. As his body took shape, an aura that caused even the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion to tremble was emitted. Space ripples appeared around the human figure, enveloping him within them. They were preparing to transport this being, whose aura surpassed that of the fairy realm, away. However, the Soul Old Man, who was covered in scales, raised his head and shot out a black beam of light. That beam of light was even more frightening than the beast head in the Great Bone Palace. The space ripples were instantly dispersed, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the black beam of light pierced through the sky and struck the top of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Bang! A thunderous sound could be heard. The bright sky was shattered, and a huge gap appeared. Waves of aura from the outside world surged into the gap. That aura was completely different from the Jinlong continent and the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. It was the aura of Jojo. Chapter 577. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this a demon? He's completely different from the so-called demonic cultivators. Withdrawing his gaze, the scaled old man's purple eyes shot towards Suyu and the Ghost King at the same time. Suyu felt his whole body stiffen and couldn't move at all. His vital energy and spiritual energy were all stagnant and couldn't be used. The Ghost King's face was filled with fright as he said, "The demon has come out." That old thing released the demon from his soul before he died. The Ghost King's voice started to tremble, and his face became extremely unsightly. Suyu's heart sank as he recalled the old man's resentful words before he died. He wouldn't let him off, even if he died. He was about to die, yet he still released the demon to wreak havoc in the world. Humph, humph, humph. The scaled old man laughed. His laughter was ear-piercing and extremely uncomfortable. I have to thank you all for letting me go before he died. Only by gathering his scattered soul was I barely able to appear in this world. The demon's voice was raspy. His evil purple eyes flickered with a cold smile. The Ghost King looked at him and said in a low voice, "Since that's the case, why don't you let us go? Killing us won't do you any good." The demon sneered coldly. As a member of the Ghost Clan, don't you understand that we demons devour all living beings in the world to strengthen ourselves? You are my first nourishment, so you should be proud of yourself. The demon Chongling sneered coldly. Devouring living beings to create a demon body? Suyu's heart sank as he smiled bitterly. First, the silver puppet had appeared, and now a demon had appeared. However, even so, Suyu couldn't just sit and wait for death. Suyu's body flickered as he flew 1,000 feet away in just a few breaths. The Ghost King, who was in the other direction, also did the same. The demon just sneered coldly as 2 black scales flew out of his body. They spun in the air and shot towards Suyu and the Ghost King. The scales covered a distance of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye and shot towards Suyu's back. Suyu's heart skipped a beat as he crazily poured his remaining vital energy into the dry cloud 5 elemental formation. The dim, multicolored light screen shone with a shocking radiance once again. However, what caused Suyu's pupils to shrink was that the light screen of the dry cloud 5 elemental formation could not withstand the attack for even a moment, and it shattered with a bang. The black scale struck Suyu's chest. However, the pain he had imagined did not occur. The scales stuck to his chest and multiplied rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's entire body was covered by black scales. His cultivation and flesh were being devoured by the scales at a crazy rate. They attached themselves to Suyu's body, expanding and shrinking like worms. They were extremely terrifying. Suyu quickly felt the loss of his cultivation base and flesh, and his heart was filled with terror. Almost without thinking, Suyu's whole body flickered with lightning, and he turned into a ball of lightning and teleported. He was using the lightning escape technique. When the thunderbolts appeared, the black scales seemed to have met their nemesis, and almost all of them fell off. However, the scales that fell off from the demon's body stuck to the surface of Suyu's body and continued to devour his cultivation and flesh. What caused Suyu's heart to sink was that his thunder escape technique, which could allow him to escape 100,000 miles in an instant, could not leave the range of 10,000 feet. The churning demonic energy affected his teleportation. When he looked at the Ghost King again, he found that it had turned into a 10,000 feet tall, which was the form that he had seen in the beginning. He was both shocked and angry, and he was trying to shake off the scales on his body. However, the scales followed him like a shadow, and they stuck to the surface of the Ghost King's body, continuously devouring it. His 10,000 feet tall body was withering at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. A single scale had put Suyu and the Ghost King in a life and death situation. This demon was too terrifying. However, the demon did not take advantage of this to attack Suyu. Instead, he stared coldly in a certain direction with his purple eyes. Humph, humph, humph. You want to leave now? It's too late. The demon's body trembled, and 10 scales fell off at the same time. They streaked across the sky, and 10 black fragmentary lines were shot in a certain direction. In that direction, where there was no one, a silver figure suddenly appeared. He wore a long silver robe and had handsome facial features. Who else could it be but the silver puppet? He was holding a figure in his hand, and it was Suyu's clone. It turned out that he had already found Suyu's location based on his clone. It was highly likely that he had come here when Suyu was fighting with the Soul Old Man. However, he had been hiding in a corner, and no one had discovered him. It was only at this moment that the demon had descended, and it realized how terrifying it was. Only then did it decide to retreat quietly. Compared to the cold smile that it had been wearing before, the silver puppet revealed a look of fear for the first time. It retreated quickly, then flew toward the top of the sky, toward the gap that led to Jojo. It even gave up on Suyu and chose to escape. However, the 10 scales were even faster than it had imagined. Before the silver puppet could escape to the gap, its body was covered by the 10 scales. In an instant, the silver puppet's cultivation, which was close to the Divine Master Realm, was reduced by more than half, and it fell to the middle stage of the fairy realm. The silver puppet was shocked, and it shouted fiercely, "I have no enmity with you, so why do you have to kill me?" From its flickering eyes, it was easy to see that it was panicking. In the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion, it had been assumed that it was an existence that stood at the peak, a supreme existence that could devour everything. However, a demon had unexpectedly appeared. With a low roar, an earth-shattering red line shot out of the silver puppet's body, washing away the 10 scales from its body. However, countless tentacles grew out of the scales, which pierced into the silver puppet's pores and continued to devour the scales. Fear appeared on the silver puppet's face, and the blood threads in its body rushed out like a volcanic eruption. His entire body had turned into a part of the blood threads. All of a sudden, a sea of blood rushed into the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun as it rushed toward the gap. For a moment, the sky was mixed with the color of blood, and it was very strange. The 10 scales lost their attachment, and they returned to the demon's body. The demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Humph! A mere puppet wants to escape from my hands. Before he had finished speaking, he had already disappeared. At the gap, the sea of blood that filled the sky was rushing toward it. The silver puppet, who was hidden among the sea of blood, had an ugly look on its face as it rushed toward the gap with all its might. However, right at that moment, a black light flashed, and the demon stood at the gap with its hands clasped behind its back, blocking it. The silver puppet was shocked, but it was about to escape, so it gritted its teeth and gave a command, causing the entire sea of blood to press forward. The demon laughed coldly. "Do you only have this kind of dirty trick?" The demon extended a palm and clenched it toward the sea of blood. All of a sudden, the sea of blood that filled the sky seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand of heaven, and it kept shrinking into the demon's palm. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood disappeared, and all that was left was the silver puppet, whose neck was being grasped by the demon's hand. The silver puppet's eyes were filled with shock and deep fear. Su Yu was even more shocked by what he saw. The silver puppet, such a terrifying and ferocious creature, was actually being suppressed by the demon so easily. Su Yu's heart sank to the extreme. Swoosh! The demon's shadow flashed, and he picked up the silver puppet as if he were picking up a chick. After sizing it up, the demon nodded lightly. "Not bad. Although the energy you have swallowed is of a low level, it is barely enough for me to use." The silver puppet was extremely shocked, and it wanted to resist, but its body was not under its control. In front of the demon, the silver puppet was like a toy, and it could not resist at all. At the same time, the silver puppet was filled with regret. It had many opportunities to escape, but it had chased after Su Yu to kill him. In the end, it had encountered a demon that was even more terrifying than it was. Not only would the silver puppet's energy be taken away by this demon, but even his consciousness would be erased. However, the demon did not immediately swallow the silver puppet's flesh and blood. Instead, it swept its cold gaze over Su Yu and the Ghost King. At this moment, the Ghost King's 10,000-meter-tall body was shriveled like a skeleton, and its aura was extremely weak. As for Su Yu, he only had a single scale on his body, and he was also restrained by the thunderbolt, so he did not suffer a great loss. "Humph! I will deal with you first. Then enjoy this silver puppet." The demon grabbed the Ghost King's body. Slap! With a dull sound, the 10,000-meter-tall Ghost King let out a miserable shriek as its body was turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The dignified Ghost King had been killed, just like that. The scales on the silver puppet's body revolved crazily among the flesh and blood, devouring it completely. Then they returned to the demon's body. All of a sudden, the demon's aura rose slightly. "It's your turn." The demon shot a cold look at Su Yu as he raised his hand to grab him. All of a sudden, Su Yu's body felt like it was being squeezed by an unimaginable force, and he felt like he was about to explode. His heart thumped wildly, and the aura of death had never been so clear in his heart before. He knew that if he did not make any preparations, he would surely die. With a low roar, a long sword flickering with lightning flew out of Su Yu's chest. After the Cosmos Thunder Sword appeared, it turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the scales on the surface of Su Yu's body. The lightning power contained within the Thunder Sword was far greater than the lightning power that Su Yu had cultivated on his own. As such, the black scales, which were bombarded by the intense lightning, fell off on the spot and quickly dimmed. Then they lay motionless on the ground as if they had died. After getting rid of the scales, Su Yu waved his sword back without hesitation, then retreated to avoid the terrifying pressure. The demon sneered coldly. "A semi-finished, lightning-based, magical treasure? It is indeed a restraint for us demons, but it is still too weak." As the demon raised his hand, the thunder sword in Su Yu's hand seemed to have encountered an irresistible suction force. The Cosmos Thunder Sword flew out of Su Yu's hand, and with a flicker, it fell into the demon's palm. As the lightning on the Thunder Sword came into contact with the scales on the surface of the demon's body, A sizzling sound could be heard as layers of black, demonic energy rose from it. The demon's face was filled with coldness as he clenched his fist. Slap! With a cracking sound, the Cosmos Thunder Sword turned into countless lightning fragments. The sword had been destroyed. Suyu's face turned pale. His first semi-manufactured spiritual artifact had been destroyed just like that. What other lightning-based magical treasures do you have? You can use them all at once, the demon said coldly as he raised his hand to grab Suyu once again. Despite facing such a crisis, Suyu became even calmer. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. So he said coldly, "It's not over yet." Great Sun Punishment Fairy Picture, open. Suyu's 10 fingers rotated as he weaved signs quickly. However, as he weaved signs, he didn't use any techniques. The demon furrowed his brows slightly as he was slightly confused. Suddenly, he raised his brows and looked at the ground beneath his feet. There was a collapsed ruin there, and because of the angle, it had formed an underground space, which was quite suitable for hiding. From that underground space, a black scroll broke out of the ground. Chapter 578. Wisps of black flames were slowly emitted from the scroll. The moment the black flames appeared, the demonic energy in the sky retreated. The black sky was instantly evaporated, and the world of light reappeared. Within 1,000 feet, the earth melted into lava. The air was scorched into flames, and all the mountains, rivers, and plants were reduced to ruins in the flames. With the black scroll as the center, the space within 1,000 feet was all burned, and 1,000 feet of broken space appeared. The sky and the earth were all reduced to a world of flames. As the scroll was opened, the flames continued to spread, spreading from the ruins to the 5 mountains, and then from the 5 mountains to the entire space. When the scroll was half opened, the 8th level of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion had been reduced to a world of flames. The demon, who was in the middle of the flames, had not expected this. How could he have expected that the ground under his feet had been prepared to bury such a scroll? The flames of the heavenly calamity. The demon's face was full of surprise. How is this possible? What kind of scroll can seal the flames of the heavenly calamity? The heavenly calamity contained thunder, which was called disastrous thunder. The heavenly calamity also contained fire, which was called disastrous fire. What was sealed in the Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture was the tribulation fire. This fairy-level cultivation technique could swallow all the flames in the world and use them for one's own use. Activating this scroll required vital energy, so Suyu had only been able to use it now. When he had chosen to hide here from the silver puppet, he had buried this scroll in the ground, ready to give the silver puppet a fatal blow. He had never expected that he would use it on the demon. Open! Suyu shouted. The scroll was half opened. A ball of black flame the size of a fist rose up. The strange thing was that although the surroundings were scorching hot, the black flame itself did not have any heat to speak of. However, the demon revealed an abnormally fearful expression. Without thinking, he flew away from the tribulation fire. His purple eyes flickered with fear. Suyu snorted coldly. With a thought, the black, disastrous fire caught up with the demon. Feeling the approaching disastrous fire, the demon's face was full of fear, and he shouted, "Stop! I will spare your life, so stop immediately." In front of the disastrous fire, even the demon was afraid. Suyu's face was cold and expressionless. With a thought, the disastrous fire caught up with him. The demon's expression was incomparably gloomy. "You deserve to die!" Seeing that the tribulation fire was about to catch up to him, the demon grabbed at the air. The silver puppet that had been subdued was pulled over and placed in front of him. The silver puppet's eyelids twitched crazily, and it was overwhelmed with shock. It angrily roared at Suyu. "You damned little be***starred! Stop!" When facing a demon, he was terrified, but when facing Suyu, he was extremely mighty. From the bottom of his heart, He still felt that Su Yu was just an ant that he could squash to death at any time. It was just that he was relying on many treasures. The only reply he got was Su Yu's ice-cold words. "Die all of you!" Bang! The tribulation fire exploded. It was like the sun had exploded. Boundless black flames shot out in all directions, burning everything in their path into nothingness. The space within 10,000 feet was directly incinerated. Wisps of spatial turbulence swept in from the shattered area, sweeping away everything in the surroundings. A blood-curdling scream came from the purple flames that filled the sky. Amidst the raging flames, the silver puppet's body was melting rapidly. The silver puppet's material was extremely hard. Even Lu Qi could not break through its body without using the power of the Almighty. Now it was like ordinary iron, gradually melting into liquid silver. The silver puppet's consciousness was directly burned, and it fell into a coma. The demon who was hiding behind it was not in a good state either. More than 90% of the black scales on his body had melted, revealing a transparent soul body. Moreover, his soul was very thin, as if it could be easily destroyed. After this, his vitality had been greatly damaged, and he was extremely dispirited. However, he had successfully saved his life. If the silver puppet had not blocked most of the flames with its powerful material, the demon would have been killed by the fairy-level cultivation technique. Now that he was not dead, Su Yu was in deep trouble. The black scroll slowly fell back into Su Yu's palm. If one looked closely, they would see that Su Yu's palm, which was holding the black scroll, was trembling slightly. This was because he had overdrawn his strength. After going through so many extreme battles, Su Yu was not only lacking vital energy, but his physical strength was also at its limit. Moreover, Su Yu's right arm had been cut off during the battle in the Great Bone Palace, and had not fully recovered yet. Up until now, he had been barely able to use it. Now, he did not even have the vital energy to activate the Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture. However, the demon was not dead. The demon was panting heavily, and a large amount of black, demonic energy was rising from his face. His whole body was trembling, and he looked extremely flustered. His purple eyes were filled with lingering fear, as if he had just survived a disaster. Then his purple eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Good. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this extent. If you had another fairy helping you, I might really have been killed by you, but now... The demon's murderous intent was extremely strong. Although he had survived, his vitality had been greatly damaged, and his strength was even weaker than that of a fairy. If another strong fairy appeared at this moment, he was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Su Yu said coldly, "Fairy? Hee, I really do have one." A green light flickered on his arm, and a little girl in a pink dress appeared. Her long eyelashes fluttered like cattail leaf fans, and the dazed expression in her big eyes was extremely vivid. She had a small pink face, a cute nose, and pink lips. All of them made her look extremely adorable. However, her aura was different from the others. Only a fairy could possess such a surging and abundant vital energy. The demon's face stiffened, and his expression became extremely unsightly. "You actually carry a space with you?" Su Yu had once again summoned a fairy, which was beyond the demon's expectations. "Shenggu, kill him!" Su Yu did not waste any time and pointed his finger at her. The cute little girl was naturally Shenggu. She had been recuperating in the valley and had not yet come to her senses when she was suddenly summoned. When she heard Su Yu's order, she instinctively furrowed her brows in anger. However, she immediately realized that she had become his servant, so she suppressed her anger and reluctantly looked at the demon. When she saw him, she almost ran away immediately. She gasped and said, "Demon!" Then she realized that the demon was extremely haggard. At the same time, the demon was holding a blurry lump of silver metal in his hand. When he looked at it, he gasped again. That silver puppet? Her heart was filled with shock. What had happened? She did not know the demon's strength, but she had witnessed the terror of the silver puppet with her own eyes. Such a terrifying and ferocious creature had actually been burned into a pile of scrap metal? Who was it? Who did it? She turned to look at Suyu, then immediately looked away. In her heart, although Suyu was extremely powerful compared to people of the same cultivation level, he was far from being this powerful. Do you need me to repeat myself? Suyu frowned. He had just tamed this little girl, but she did not seem to be very obedient. Shingo looked at Suyu expressionlessly and said, "This will not happen again." After saying this, she turned into a mass of ghost energy and rushed over. Bang! Shingu turned her palm over, and the surrounding spiritual energy condensed into a giant palm print, which slammed down. The demon was in a weakened state, so how could he resist it? He fell from the sky onto the ground, the remaining black scales on his body falling off, revealing a weak soul body. But without waiting for him to heave a sigh of relief, Shingu attacked again. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of corrosive ghost energy. The demon was enveloped by the ghost energy, and he let out a pathetic cry. His soul was being corroded by the ghost energy. The demon rolled around on the ground, roaring continuously. "Kill him quickly! Don't hold back!" Shingu was feeling pleased with herself when she suddenly heard Suyu's hurried shout. Shingu did not care, but it was time to end the demon's life. But at that moment, the pathetic cries on the ground stopped abruptly. The demon, who had been in extreme pain, had regrown black scales on his body. Looking closely, the silver puppet that he had been holding in his hand all this time had disappeared. The silver puppet had swallowed so much blood, flesh, and cultivation base. The energy it had stored had been completely absorbed by the demon. In the blink of an eye, more than 70% of the demon's body was once again covered in scales. His dispirited and listless body had also suddenly disappeared. A terrifying, ferocious energy once again surged out from his body. Not only had his injuries healed, but his abilities had also recovered by 70%. The demon stood up once again and flicked the dust off his body. His purple eyes were filled with a mocking, cold smile. What a pity! It was not easy for me to be seriously injured and half dead, but the slave you subdued was extremely stupid. She did not finish me off earlier, giving me the chance to recover. Suyu's eyes were filled with a cold glow. If Shingu had killed him earlier, would she have given the demon time to absorb the silver puppet's energy? Even though Suyu had ordered her to, Shingu did not care. It was this kind of attitude that had added to the variables, allowing the terrifying, ferocious demon to recover. Feeling the suffocating, ferocious energy, Shingu felt as if she had just awoken from a dream. Just now, it had been as if she had faced a great enemy. Her heart was beating like a drum. Now you no longer have any chance. The demon laughed mockingly. With a flicker of a dim light, he disappeared from his original spot. Xingji's expression changed abruptly, and she immediately moved. But the demon's terror was far beyond Shangji's expectations. Before she could move, her neck was grabbed by a ferocious demonic claw that was covered in scales. Her entire body's power had been sealed. She could not move, nor could she resist. Shingu was horrified, and her heart was thumping wildly. This demon was too terrifying. She regretted not listening to Suyu's words. Now, she had been killed by her own actions. After devouring you, I can replenish about 10% of my energy, the demon said coldly. The 10 scales on the surface of his body spun and shot toward Shingu. Once they covered Shangji's body, she would probably be sucked dry in a few breaths' time. Shingu panicked. Her mind was finally clear, and her heart was filled with regret. But at this moment, who could save her? Suyu looked at the demon coldly, his eyes darting around quickly. The demon laughed coldly. Don't be anxious. After you suck her dry, I will accompany you. Slow. Play. The last 3 words were uttered through clenched teeth. It was obvious how much he hated Suyu. However, right at that moment, the world rumbled, and the whole 8th level trembled violently. It was like the sound of the universe being split apart. It was loud and clear, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The sound was filled with a masculine energy that could repel evil demons. The demon's palm stiffened, and his expression changed abruptly. This is disastrous thunder. Chapter 579. On the horizon, a white-robed figure holding a 5-colored jade seal was rushing over. Behind the white-clothed figure, a ferocious little purple beast was roaring as it chased after him. Wherever the malevolent little beast passed, thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from its body. The purple lightning gave off an unusually terrifying feeling. It was no weaker than the black tribulation fire in the great sun punishment celestial painting. Master! The white-clothed figure rushed over in a hurry. His head and face were covered in dirt, and his clothes had been blasted into pieces by the lightning. His skin and flesh had split open in many places, and he seemed to be in a sorry and miserable state. That 5-colored jade seal was Suyu's 5-elemental strong thunder seal. The white-robed figure was a disciple of the Yufeng sect and Zhang Jijing's junior brother. That day in front of the stone statue forest, the two of them tried to do something to Xia Jingyu. Zhang Jijing escaped, and this junior brother was subdued. Suyu had arranged for him to carry out a secret task, and it had finally come in handy. Tribulation lightning? Why would there be tribulation lightning here? The demon's expression froze again. He said in a low voice, "Could it be the legendary thunder spirit that is sealed in the 5 mountains?" Lu Qi had once told Suyu that there were 2 types of dangers in the 5 peaks. The first type was the protectors. They would do everything in their power to kill the intruders. The second possibility was even more dangerous, and that was that a thunder spirit was hidden in this mountain. Even almighty divine masters would be in great danger if they encountered it. Until now, no one knew where the thunder spirit was sleeping. Once it appeared, it would be extremely dangerous. While he was comprehending the land of legacy, Suyu had once felt a frightening aura sleeping underground. At that moment, Suyu knew that it was a lightning spirit. Among the 5 peaks, the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion was the scariest existence. Thus, after capturing this Imperial Wind sect disciple, he made some arrangements to awaken this slumbering thunder soul at the critical moment. The effect of the 5-element lightning seal was to absorb the tribulation lightning of the heavens and the earth. If it were to absorb this lightning spirit, then it would surely awaken it from its deep slumber. Now it would seem like everything was going as expected. The thunder spirit was infuriated, and it chased after the white-robed disciple who was holding the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. Whoosh! In a few breaths' time, the white-robed junior martial brother flew over. His demonic gaze locked onto the 5-elemental strong thunder seal in his palm. He sucked in a breath of air and said, "A prototype immortal artifact." He hesitated for a moment. His eyes flashed with struggle, but he finally gave up. That lightning spirit was relentlessly chasing after the 5-elemental astral thunder seal. The white-clothed junior brother returned to Suyu's side without any obstructions and returned the 5-elemental strong thunder seal to him. He then stood behind Suyu in fear and looked at the thunderbolt in fear. When Suyu had given him the mission, he had only asked him to hide in the land of legacy. He had thought that it would be an ambush, but who would have thought that he would be asked to provoke the legendary Thunder Soul? That was an existence that could kill even almighty divine masters without hesitation. If it wasn't for the 5-elemental strong thunder seal's weak tribulation lightning that barely resisted the remaining might of the thunder spirit, he would have long since been annihilated. Well done. Suyu took the 5-elemental strong thunder seal and smiled. He then lifted his hand to dissolve the seal that the white-clothed junior brother had placed on him. "You can go now." The white-robed junior brother was startled. He was overjoyed and immediately left. The purple thunder spirit glanced at him, but was too lazy to bother with him. Its eyes were fixed on the 5-elemental strong thunder seal in Suyu's palm. It was extremely fearful of this object. The demon's gaze shifted. Before the thunder spirit had noticed him, he grabbed Shang Ji's neck. The demon's shadow flashed as he tried to retreat. However, at that moment, a pink mist suddenly appeared around the demon's body. It was a palm-sized pink Kylin, holding a 5-colored jade seal in its mouth. It was the 5-elemental strong thunder seal. When he looked at Suyu again, the 5-elemental strong thunder seal in his palm had already disappeared. The little Kylin happily held the thunder seal in its mouth and ran around the demon. The demon was stunned. A young immortal spirit? He was extremely shocked. However, before he could think further, his heart thumped. He slowly looked over and saw that the ferocious thunder spirit's attention had followed the 5-elemental strong thunder seal and landed on him. Evil creature! The demon's heart skipped a beat. In terms of restraint, thunder was the demon's true nemesis. Moreover, the one in front of him was the disastrous thunder. He roared angrily and struck the little Kylin with his palm. However, the little Kylin snorted softly through its nostrils, and the pink mist around its body flashed. Together with the 5-elemental strong thunder seal, it turned from a corporeal state into nothingness. No matter how strong the demon was, he could do nothing to the little Kylin. Moreover, after turning into nothingness, the little Kylin was still holding the thunder seal in its mouth and was still circling around the demon. The demon was furious. Without any hesitation, he ran for his life. However, the thunder spirit had already reacted. With a low roar, thunder rumbled in the heavens and the earth. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a human, descended with the disastrous will of heaven and earth. The demon's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he placed Shang-Gu in front of him, just like before. However, at that moment, the demon's palm suddenly became empty. The little Kylin had opened its mouth and sucked in, snatching Shang-Gu away from the demon's hand. Then it turned into nothingness again. As for the purple lightning, it struck the demon's body without the slightest obstruction. With a miserable scream, the disastrous thunder struck the area within 3 feet of the demon. Although he tried his best to block it, the scales on his body were all turned into nothingness. As for his soul body, it was as thin as a cloud. It was extremely weak. After absorbing the silver puppet with great difficulty, it had recovered to the later stage of the fairy realm. However, it had been struck back to its original state by a single lightning strike. Now, it was barely at the early stage of the fairy realm. The disastrous thunder's ability to restrain, it was evident. The little Kylin hugged the 5-elemental strong thunder seal and laughed heartily in the air. It rolled around in the air and gestured with its hooves. It seemed like it was taking pleasure in the demon's misfortune. When the thunder spirit saw that its attack was useless against the lightning, it became angry and sent out another purple, disastrous thunder. With a rumbling sound, the disastrous thunder descended once again. However, the little Kylin, which had turned into nothingness, was not affected at all. It smiled as it looked at the demon, who was screaming in pain. It clapped its hooves excitedly. After being struck by the disastrous thunder twice, the demon was only left with a thin layer of his soul. Even his consciousness had become fuzzy. It could be said that he was almost dead. Squeak! The thunder spirit fiercely waved its claws at the little Kylin. It seemed like it was quite angry. The little Kylin raised its head and extended one of its hooves. It then raised its largest claw, turned it around, and pointed it at the ground. Suyu was stunned by its action, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The thunder spirit was startled and scratched its head in confusion. Although it didn't understand the meaning of this gesture, it instinctively knew that it wasn't something good. So it couldn't help but grimace angrily. However, the thunder spirit wasn't stupid. It looked around and realized that the little Kylan was trying to provoke it on purpose, so it attacked the demon. The thunder spirit fiercely grinned and patted its butt. It then turned around and swaggered away. The little Kylan chuckled and returned to Suyu's side with the 5 elemental strong thunder seal in its mouth. It then raised its head proudly, as if it was trying to show off. "I'll give you a reward later," Suyu said. His gaze was still fixed on the demon. Suyu's heart shook, and a white flame shot out of his eyes, which engulfed the demon's body. The demon, who was in a coma, was burned by the soul flame without any resistance, and its soul body gradually disappeared. In the end, it turned into a mass of black smoke, which drifted down to the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, a strand of black hair slowly drifted down. Suyu's eyes flickered, and he waved his sleeves to catch the black hair. When he spread it out on his palm and examined it, he couldn't help but be surprised. The strand of hair was about 3 inches long, and it was as hard as a steel needle. There was a trace of the demon's aura in the silver feather. Could this be the demon's true form? Suyu was surprised. However, right at that moment, a weak voice transmitted from the depths of the ground. "No, that's just a strand of hair of the demon." The ground squirmed, and a half-zhangtal ghost crawled out of the ground in an extremely weak manner. Based on its figure, it was obvious that it was the Ghost King, who had already been killed by the demon. Compared to before, the current Ghost King was extremely weak, and his power wasn't even at the level of a half-god. So, it wouldn't be difficult for Suyu to kill him. Suyu wasn't surprised that the Ghost King wasn't dead yet. After all, when the demon had crushed his body, Suyu had already discovered a wisp of the Ghost King's aura hidden underground. Now that he thought about it, the 10,000 zhangtal body was merely the Ghost King's golden cicada shedding its carapace. "Are you saying that the demon I encountered was actually just a strand of hair of the real demon?" Suyu was extremely terrified. Just a strand of hair was so frightening, so what exactly was a demon? The Ghost King nodded solemnly. Yes, it was just a strand of hair. That old fellow's soul body had both a Buddhist treasure and a strand of hair of the demon. If I'm not wrong, he must have accidentally stumbled into a relic where a demon and a Buddhist fought. He obtained the Buddhist treasure, but his body was also invaded by the strand of hair of the demon. Now these are all yours. The Ghost King's face was full of shock. He was amazed by how many tricks Suyu had hidden up his sleeves. The Great Sun Punishment Fairy picture was one thing, but Suyu had already taken precautions against the disastrous thunder. Suyu's scheming was profound, and he was a cautious person. Even the Ghost King, who had experienced many trials and tribulations, couldn't help but admire him. This strand of hair of the demon contains pure demonic energy. It's a top-notch material for crafting demonic treasures. If it's handed over to a crafting master, it wouldn't be surprising for him to craft a top-grade spiritual artifact. In fact, with sufficient demonic materials, he might even craft a fairy artifact. A fairy artifact? Suyu's heart palpitated with excitement. He didn't even have many completed spiritual artifacts, let alone fairy artifacts. The value of the strand of hair of the demon was beyond imagination. Its value was no less than that of top-notch materials like the Underworld Pearl and the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl. The great battle had not been a waste of effort. After carefully sealing the strand of hair of the demon, Suyu raised his hand and grabbed the melted silver puppet. The silver puppet's energy had been completely devoured by the demon, and its consciousness had become very hazy. Now, it was just a lump of extremely hard silver metal, no different from scrap iron. Thinking back to the time when this puppet was born, how awe-inspiring was it? Even Lu Qi, who was an almighty divine master, had to retreat. Sadly, even though it had devoured countless living beings crazily, its final fate was to be devoured by the demon. The Cycle of the Heavens, Chapter 580. His palm brushed past the silver metal and erased all of its remaining consciousness. At this point, the silver puppet had been reduced to a lifeless mass of silver metal. This metal was definitely a good material that was hard to come by, so Suyu naturally could not let it go. After searching his body for a while, Suyu unexpectedly found a ruler. It was the six-directional ruler that Bai Yijian had used before. It contained Tianjizi's divine will and could predict the enemy's attacks in advance. It was extremely miraculous. Bai Yijian had been devoured by the silver puppet, so the item had naturally fallen into the silver puppet's hands. Now it belonged to Suyu. Although Suyu didn't lack defensive magical treasures, Xiener and Xiajingyu did. After he finished searching, Suyu stuffed the silver medal into the 9 jade spiritual pearl, then started searching the nearby ground. In the messy ground, Suyu searched for a while and finally found the ghost-suppressing golden ring, which had been taken back by the soul old man. After going through a great battle, the ghost-suppressing golden ring had become much dimmer and had lost a lot of its spirituality. Only then did Suyu give up. He lifted his eyes to look at the Ghost King, who was standing motionless on the spot, and asked calmly, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Ghost King looked up at the gap in the sky that was within reach. His face revealed a wry smile. "If I could leave, why would I take the risk to appear before you?" "Oh, what are you trying to say?" Suyu's eyes flickered. The Ghost King laughed bitterly. "That crack requires the abilities of the fairy realm to pass through. Now that my abilities have declined greatly, I hope that you can lend me a hand." Hearing this, Suyu was unmoved. "Do I need to help you? Hee, I naturally won't let you work for nothing. How about this? What do you want?" The Ghost King said. Suyu smiled. "That's more like it. I want 2 things. First, the Buddhist Saraira. Don't tell me that you really left it in the ghost clan of the Jinlong continent. I don't believe it." Hearing this, the Ghost King's expression stiffened. His explanation to the soul old man was that the Buddhist Saraira was in the Jinlong continent. But was that really the case? After hesitating for a moment, the Ghost King reluctantly nodded. "All right, as long as you can let me leave, the Buddhist relic is yours." He had indeed not left this item in the Jinlong continent. Instead, he had brought it along with him. "Second, give me a book on how to control ghosts. As the Ghost King, your understanding of ghosts far surpasses that of humans. Don't tell me you don't have one." The Ghost King's face darkened. "You want to control me? And you're asking me for the method to control it? Brat, what do you take me for?" Suyu sneered. "If I wanted to use your words, would I still need to waste my breath on you? With your current strength, it won't be hard to catch you." Shua. Suyu gave the small Kylan a meaningful look, and it understood him. It opened its mouth and spouted a mass of air. A small figure then fell out of the air. It was Shanggu. Her face was covered in dirt and grime, and her face was filled with hatred and anger. When he sensed that he was out, he immediately retracted his strange expression and pretended to be abnormally obedient. Looking at this, the Ghost King heaved a sigh of relief. The Ghost King saw the scene where the heavenly ghost almost caused a great disaster, he understood. "I see. I don't have the method to control ghosts, but there have been rebellious juniors among my subordinates. I do have some experience in taming them. If you don't mind, you can take it and read it." The Ghost King took out a jade pendant, placed it on his forehead, and imbued a wisp of consciousness into it. The consciousness contained the Ghost King's method of taming ghosts. If there was anyone who understood the ghost race the most, it would probably be the nobles themselves. Suyu grabbed it and placed it on his forehead to have a look of satisfaction. Shenggu was observing his expression. When she heard that Suyu was looking for a method to control her completely, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. Hatred rose in her heart, but she concealed it well. However, Suyu still managed to capture the fleeting hatred. His eyes turned slightly cold. "All right, take out the Buddha's relic, and I'll send you off," Suyu said. The Ghost King took out a jade box without hesitation. Within the jade box was the Buddha's relic, which was shining with golden light. The Buddha's nature within it was several times stronger than the ghost-suppressing golden ring. There is a wisp of my consciousness on the jade box. With a single thought, my consciousness will detonate the seal on the jade box and destroy the Buddha's relic. The Ghost King said slowly as he threw the jade box over. Did he tamper with it? Suyu wasn't surprised. If the Ghost King really threw the jade box at him, Suyu might really take the opportunity to kill him. How can I be sure that you won't detonate the seal when you return to Jojo? Suyu asked. The Ghost King laughed. You don't have to worry about that. The consciousness of Jojo is unable to penetrate the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. So, once I return to Jojo, I won't be able to contact the consciousness on the jade box. You can then erase it at will. So that's how it is. Suyu checked it, and after confirming that the wisp of consciousness could be erased at any time, he felt relieved. Shingu, come here. Suyu extended his palm and offered a drop of his blood essence, which he infused with the power of thunder. He then weaved a seal and placed it between Shangji's brows. Shengu resisted instinctively, but when she met Suyu's cold gaze, she had no choice but to clench her teeth and bear with it. She placed the seal between her brows. A bright red mark appeared between her brows, and it moved slightly like a cloud of fire. It made her, who was already adorable, even more lively. Go! Lend him a hand and send him to Jujo. Suyu waved his sleeves and calmly instructed. Xingji's eyes shone with excitement, but her face was expressionless as she nodded. Yes, master. When she finished speaking, she grabbed the Ghost King and rushed up to the sky, arriving near the gap. After an hour, the gap, which had been blasted open by the demon, was mostly closed. Now, only one person could pass through. Xingji's whole body was surrounded by ghost energy, and she sent the Ghost King into the gap. The light screen flickered, and the Ghost King successfully passed through. Before he passed through, the Ghost King looked back at Suyu. It was unknown whether it was gratitude or some other emotion. He then said, Leave the Jinlong continent as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late. When he finished speaking, he completely disappeared into the light screen. The Ghost King left just like that. But after he left, Shangji's eyes shone, and she quickly followed him into the gap. Suyu gave a cold grunt. As expected. When he finished speaking, his heart moved, and the cloud of fire between Shangji's brows suddenly burned. The piercing pain in her soul caused Shanggu to let out a pathetic groan as she fell from the sky. But Xinggu clenched her teeth. Humph! The great blood thunder technique that tames ghosts? Unfortunately, I have used this technique before, and I already have a way to break it. Although they were both ghosts, Xinggu actually knew the technique of the fire cloud mark, and she could even restrain it. The ghost energy in Shangji's body surged into the space between her brows, wrapping around the cloud of fire. Although the lightning within the cloud of fire quickly melted the ghost energy, it was not completely melted in a short period of time. Xinggu endured the intense pain and used the short moment to rush into the gap. Suyu's expression did not change. Have you forgotten something? Her soul still contained the great thunder heart technique that Suyu had planted. As long as Suyu willed it, he would be able to destroy his soul. But Xinggu let out a sinister smile. You can try. Suyu's heart moved, and he was shocked to realize that he could not contact the combined mark of the soul and lightning. Humph! The storms that I have experienced are beyond your imagination. You are too naive to think that a mere soul mark can subdue me. Xinggu let out a long laugh, pointing a finger toward the space between her brows, pulling out the fire cloud mark and the mark in her soul. She clenched her fist, and with a creak, the two marks were completely destroyed. This woman was extremely experienced. To a normal person, planting a seal in their soul would give them absolute control. But to Xinggu, she had long since found a way to break it. She had been tolerating it, pretending to obey. Now that it had happened, she had successfully escaped and was about to return to Jujo. But Suyu, who was on the ground, had a calm expression. He calmly said, "Naive, is it?" Xingji's heart thumped, and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. At this moment, Shengji's brain suddenly felt an intense pain. A layer of white flames spread out from her soul, silently. Her soul was being roasted by the soul flames, and she let out a heart-wrenching pain. With a pathetic shriek, Shenggu fell from the sky. She smashed into the ground, creating a giant pit. Fresh blood spurted from her mouth, and her body twisted crazily on the ground. She let out an endless roar of pain from her throat. Stop right now. I was wrong." Suyu was unmoved, coldly looking at her. The great blood thunder technique I used was not just pure blood thunder. It also included my soul flames, which I injected into your brain. "It seems like you haven't gone through enough storms and waves," Suyu said coldly. Suyu raised his hand and grabbed. A large portion of the soul flames in Shangji's body was taken away, but there was still a fist-sized raging flame that continued to roast her soul. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Suyu threw out the ghost-suppressing golden ring, trapping her. He then threw her into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. With a thought, he imprisoned her in a corner of the valley, making her suffer the pain of her soul being roasted. Xinggu could not bear the pain. Her small face turned pale, and she begged for mercy. "I won't do it again, master. Please let me go." Suyu did not sympathize with her pitiful look. His gaze was calm. "Reflect on yourself here. When you are truly willing to call me master, that will be the time." Hearing this, Shenggu changed from begging for mercy to a vicious look. "You want to enslave me? When my master finds you, he will make you wish for death." Master? Oh, he had never thought that Shenggu would have another master. Haha, it would be good if he could find you. That way, you can completely sever your relationship with him. Suyu's expression was cold. After saying this, he turned and left. With Suyu's current abilities, Shenggu was not much of a help. The reason he had tortured this woman was because, during the battle with the demons, this woman had been obstinate and self-opinionated. She had nearly caused their deaths. This had angered Suyu greatly. This was a form of punishment for this woman. After doing this, Suyu rested for a moment, recovering a little. Now that the silver puppet had been destroyed, the descendants of the guardians had been exterminated, and the most terrifying demon had been subdued by Suyu. With the boundless pressure lifted, Suyu felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Chapter 581. There was no one else on the divine sparrow stage. After the great battle in the Great Bone Palace and the terrifying battle that followed, it would be strange if they still dared to stay here. After entering the Legacy of Materials, the Ice Soul Divine Dream spell above the Great Bone Palace had disappeared. It was unknown whether it had been destroyed by the silver puppet when it broke through the spell or taken away by the cultivators on the divine sparrow stage. Suyu's figure flickered as he entered the Great Bone Palace. The 2 sets of beast bones had disappeared, along with the lightning-based material, the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl, which Suyu had not managed to collect in time. Suyu was disappointed. I was too late. He just did not know who had taken the beast heads and the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl. The beast head was the bone of an all-creation old monster, so its value was obvious. If Suyu wanted to repair the Eternal Stone King armor, he would need the bone materials of a divine master, and the bone of an all-creation demonic beast was an even better material. As for the Desolate Sea Lost Pearl, it was a top-notch lightning-based material. It was an important lightning-based material for refining the 5-elemental strong thunder seal into a fairy artifact. However, it was a pity that someone else had already taken it. Suyu looked around in disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Baiji's corpse. He had been cut into 3 pieces by Suyu's 3 small golden swords, and he was dead beyond belief. His corpse was still lying on the ground, motionless. With a thought in his mind, Suyu flew down and started searching the corpse. Suddenly he found a blood-red gourd, which had a ghost's face carved on it. It was the ghost gourd a gourd of blood wine that Baijian and his son had refined by sacrificing all of their clansmen. Baija had only taken a sip of it, and his cultivation had already risen to the fairy realm. As he held the gourd, Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. It was filled with the flesh and blood of the Bai clan. He had to drink it in order to increase his cultivation. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Was this any different from eating human flesh and drinking human blood? Suyu resisted the urge to throw it away. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to keep it. The energy contained within was terrifyingly high. After looking around to make sure that he had not left anything behind, Suyu flew into the air and left. I wonder how Xia Jingyu is doing. She should have successfully escaped, right? The silver puppet's target was him, so it probably didn't have the time to chase after Xia Jingyu, who had already escaped. Worry filled his heart. After such a short separation, Suyu suddenly felt somewhat lonely. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 days since he had reunited with Xia Jingyu. However, he seemed to have experienced a very, very long time. Now that they were scattered all over the place, not knowing if they were alive or dead, they felt a sense of loss, as if they had lost something. After a long while, Suyu looked at the divine sparrow stage. The training in the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion had come to an end. The only thing he had to do now was to attend the exchange festival at the divine sparrow stage. Suyu still needed the lightning avoiding Silver Pearl and the real dragon's blood to recover his eyes, but he still couldn't find them. So he could only place his hopes on this great meeting. Calculating the time, there were still 4 days left. Suyu pondered for a moment, then flew into the sky and chose a safe place to recover from his injuries. Half a day later, 2 sounds of something tearing through the air resounded above the great bone hall. 2 women with graceful figures stood there quietly. One of them was shrouded in mist. Her figure was slender, and her figure was peerless. Her face under the mist was even more beautiful. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with anxiety. She was Xia Jingyu, who had just returned. After she had settled down the Empire of Darkness's few great lords, she had immediately rushed back. The person beside her was the White Lotus faction's Shang Xuelian. Sister Jingyu, there aren't any remains here. You must have successfully escaped, right? He had many magical treasures with him, so it's not impossible for him to escape. Shang Xuelian's beautiful eyes swept the surroundings as she comforted Xia Jingyu. Xia Jingyu furrowed her brows, her heart filled with worry. That ferocious creature devours all living beings, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he's safe. As she thought of this, Xia Jingyu's expression became sorrowful, and her eyes became moist. She was trying her best to hold back her tears. Even at such a dangerous moment, Suyu had still placed her life above all else. She was silently moved, and her heart was filled with gratitude. She couldn't even remember how many times Suyu had saved her, and she didn't know how she could ever repay him. Shang Xuelian seemed to be able to see through Xia Jingyu's expression, so she asked, "What is the relationship between you and Suyu? It seems like you have a good relationship with him." Xia Jingyu came back to her senses and tried her best to remain calm. "Old friends? Hee, I've never seen it before. You've made arrangements for your funeral in advance, and you've even left your last words to your companion." Shang Xuelian giggled. Xia Jingyu had arranged a path of retreat for the Dark Lord, and she had also returned the Empire of Darkness's supreme treasure, the Feather Needle of Darkness. She had even asked them to pass on her last words to the King of Darkness. If she didn't return, those words would be her last words. She had obviously come back with the resolution to die, so how could her feelings be explained by the words of an old friend? Xia Jingyu's expression became flustered, and her face became slightly flushed. She tried to explain herself. We just had a good relationship, and it's impossible for anything to happen between us." Shang Xuelian seemed interested, and she chuckled as she said, "It seems like you really like him. If it were me, I would also be moved by him." His power, potential, appearance, and character are all outstanding, and he's quite rare. So, Sister Jingyu, isn't it strange that you like him? Xia Jingyu opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. After going through so many things, she was no longer like a young girl who would bashfully hide her feelings. Moreover, her feelings, which were growing day by day, couldn't be covered up easily. He then does see like you? Since he gave up his life to let you escape, you must be the one he loves, right? Sheng Xuelian asked. Hearing this, Xia Jingyu was delighted. Does brother Suyu like me? However, as she thought back to all the things that had happened between her and Suyu, she realized that he didn't have any feelings for her. Her eyes became gloomy, and she laughed at herself. It would be great if he likes me, Sheng Xuelian just laughed, but didn't say anything. She just looked at Xia Jingyu, and her eyes shone brightly. For days passed in the blink of an eye. The divine sparrow stage, which was originally empty, was gradually filled with people. When they sensed that the danger had passed, they all gathered together once again. Moreover, there were more than 500 or 600 people here, which was more than double the number when Suyu had first come to the divine sparrow stage. Many of the faction's geniuses and wandering cultivators were gathered here. Miss Sheng, may I ask when the exchange festival will start? A half-fairy expert respectfully asked Sheng Xuelian. Many of the geniuses' experts had either died or left. Sheng Xuelian had become one of the strongest experts present, and she was chosen by many of the geniuses to be the exchange festival's host. Sheng Xuelian was happy to be the host, so she happily agreed to be the host for the time being. Let's wait for a while longer. Jiuzhou's mysterious heavenly stage is currently connecting to this place. At that time, there might be some seniors who will come to participate in the exchange. The mysterious heavenly divine pavilion's resources were bountiful, and even the old monsters in the outside world were tempted by them. So, before the disciples returned to their factions, they would exchange the treasures that they had found. This was an unwritten rule. Miss Sheng, may I ask which seniors will come to this exchange? Another disciple asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Sheng Xuelian wore a faint smile as she asked, What? Did you find an incredible treasure, and you can't wait to exchange it with the seniors? The disciple's expression stiffened, and he smiled awkwardly. Miss Sheng, you must be joking. I haven't even been to the 5 Great Peaks, so how could I possibly find any treasure? His expression was awkward, and he was extremely vigilant. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see at least 7 gazes locked onto him. This was the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, and there were no restrictions. Some of the people who were also probing him felt their hearts shiver, and they quietly retreated, keeping a low profile. Swoosh, swoosh. Numerous air-rending sounds could be heard, and a powerful aura flew over from the horizon. That aura was extremely close to the fairy realm, and it was a sign that someone was about to break through to the fairy realm. 3 crystal full. Many geniuses were shocked. From what they knew, it was rare to see a 3 crystal full genius enter the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. Soul-seizing palaces, Chou, Ziming, Gui Yuan factions, Yang Yi Dao. Purple cloud palaces, mysterious woman, Lu Qi, and red blood palaces, Shang Guanqing. Other than them, there was no one else with 3 crystal full perfection. Judging from the aura, could it be that someone had gotten a chance to break through to 3 crystal full perfection? As the silhouette gradually became clearer, the newcomer's figure was revealed. Amidst the formation of the 3 gorgeously dressed girls, a 20-year-old man dressed in yellow, with a feminine face and a black moon mark on his forehead, broke through the air and arrived. He was as beautiful as a peerlessly beautiful woman. Hey Yue Langjun? Someone recognized him and cried out in surprise. There were at least 309 wandering martial artists here, and the fact that everyone could call out this person's name at the same time showed how famous he was. Could he have also come to the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion? Many people exclaimed, It is rumored that Heiyue Langjun was chosen by one of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands 3 great wandering martial artists, Amoyang, and was taken in as a disciple. His cultivation reached the half-fairy realm a long time ago, and it seems like the rumors are true. It is also rumored that Heiyue Langjun is doted on by Amoyang, and he probably has many treasures on him. He must have found many priceless treasures in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion, and he will surely shine during this exchange festival. Heiyue Langjun landed gracefully, along with the crowd of beauties. His feminine and handsome face caused most of the women present to blush with shame. Heiyue Langjun's eyes were like water, and he looked around slowly. His voice was gentle as well. Hee, why don't I see any disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace or the Red Blood Palace? Instead, it is the White Lotus faction's disciples' turn to be the host? The crowd looked at each other in dismay. In fact, they did not know why Chou Ziming, Yang Yidao, Lu Qi, and Shangguan Qinger, who were all top-notch geniuses, had all disappeared. How could they know that besides Lu Qi, the other 3 had already died? Yang Yidao had even died at Su Yu's hands. Shang Xuelian was neither happy nor angry when she heard this. Heiyue Langjun laughed. Fine, I will let you host it. You just have to host it impartially. Otherwise, I will not sit idly by. Hearing this, many wandering martial artists became excited. Heiyue Langjun was a wandering martial artist, and his ruthless words had given them great face. Chapter 582. For some reason, the few proud geniuses of their sect had all disappeared. Instead, they were intimidated by a rogue cultivator. At that moment, a loud laugh came from the sky. Ha ha ha! The exchange meet of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion has always been decided by the disciples of my faction. When has it ever been the turn of the wandering cultivators to be so insolent? Accompanying the maniacal laughter was a fierce aura that swept over. That aura faintly contained the barbaric aura of a demonic beast. It was a burly man with a curly beard. He was wearing a straw cape and a conical bamboo hat. His aura was extremely powerful, and he had reached the level of 3 crystal perfection. Under his feet was a crow covered in long black fur, and he was flying over. The crow also had a mysterious aura, and its cultivation had reached the level of a 2 crystals half-fairy. Hiss! It's Mr. Nanwu from the mysterious Iron Sect. Many of the disciples were overjoyed. Heavens! Wasn't he only at the 2 crystal perfection before he came? Did he encounter a fortuitous encounter and break through to the 3 crystal cores? Although Mr. Nanwu had just made a breakthrough not too long ago, and his power wasn't as great as Heiyue Langjun's, he still had a 2 crystals half-fairy realm ghost crow, which he had raised since he was young. Coupled with the fact that he came from a prestigious clan, his power was definitely not to be underestimated. So, if they really fought, he might not necessarily lose to Heiyue Langjun. Furthermore, Mr. Nanwu was a disciple of a famous sect, so he would definitely have a lot of treasures with him. Since he was able to break through this time, he must have come across some kind of great opportunity. As for whether or not he had obtained some great treasures, no one could say for sure. Heiyue Langjun's feminine face darkened, and his expression turned hostile. Is that so? We'll see who's stronger at the exchange festival later. Ha ha ha. Mr. Nanwu only laughed, but didn't say anything. His disdainful expression was written all over his face. 2 hours later, more and more people arrived. As time passed, fewer and fewer people arrived. The Divine Sparrow stage was already packed. Those who could arrive in time must have already arrived. At this moment, a black figure attacked from the horizon. Dressed in black robes, he was wrapped up tightly from head to toe. At the same time, light surged out from his body, making it impossible for others to see his true form. He could only roughly see his cultivation level. He was a 2 crystals, half-fairy. His appearance attracted many people's attention. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Looks like he's a rogue cultivator. Heiyuelang Jun and Mr. Nan Wu glanced at each other, then turned their gazes away. Only Sheng Xuelian revealed a shocked expression as she stared at the man. Even if Suyu was here, he might not be able to recognize that the man in front of him was Gang Dalei, who had parted ways with him at the Thunder Emperor Mountain. After not seeing him for 2 months, he unexpectedly advanced to the 2 crystals half-fairy realm. One must know that before this, he was merely a demigod. He had encountered an unimaginable fortune. His appearance only caused a ripple, and no one paid too much attention to it. An hour later, there was no one else who came. Sheng Xuelian's gaze drifted to the woman behind her. "Sister Jingyu, how is it? Did Suyu come?" Sheng Xuelian asked. Xia Jingyu raised her head and looked around nervously. Although many people had changed their clothes, Suyu wasn't among them. If Suyu didn't participate in this meeting, it was highly likely that he would die. Shaking her head, Xia Jingyu looked haggard. No one knew how she had managed to get through these 4 days. At every moment, her chest felt like it was being crushed by a giant rock. She couldn't eat or sleep in peace. In these 4 days, she had become so haggard that it made people's hearts ache. Now, the only place where Suyu could appear was the Exchange Festival, but he wasn't there. The ominous feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Hearing Sheng Xuelian's question, she couldn't help but shed a tear. Her shoulders trembled as she whimpered, "Brother Yu, where are you?" Her voice was sad, empty, and emotionless. Sheng Xuelian was startled. She sighed and turned her attention to the sky. At that moment, a rumbling sound could be heard from the top of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. A huge gap had appeared in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. However, under the influence of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, the gap immediately closed up. Just at that moment, a ring suddenly flew over and blocked the closing gap, stabilizing the gap that was 100 zhang wide. "My treasure can only last for half a day. You must complete the exchange within half a day." A loud voice came from outside the gap. The voice contained a mighty power that made people want to worship it. It's the Divine Master of the Purple Cloud Palace, the Yin-Yang Old Man. From the sound of the voice and the huge ring-shaped Dharma treasure, someone could tell who the owner was. It was the Divine Master of one of the 2 palaces, the Purple Cloud Palace. Sheng Xuelian lifted her head and continued. "The exchange festival will now begin. The first segment will be free exchange. You can take out the items that you think are precious and exchange freely among yourselves. Juzhou will not interfere in any way." This segment was actually the most extensive segment. As soon as she finished speaking, the 800 or 900 people present each took out the treasures that they wanted to exchange and asked each other what they wanted. This was the simplest method, but it was also the least efficient. Using barter, one needed to be extremely lucky to get what they wanted in a short period of time. Moreover, without absolute confidence, no one would dare take out the precious treasures they had on them in front of everyone. Hence, this segment was a little long. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a secluded forest, Suyu was sitting cross-legged, leaves and dust falling from his body. His eyes were closed, and his body did not move at all. He was like a statue. Suddenly, Suyu opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were a little confused at first, but they gradually lit up. Finally, his eyes emitted a terrifying light. His aura was restored to its peak. Not only that, but the second spiritual crystal also showed signs of crystallization. If he focused on training for a period of time, he would definitely reach the level of a 2 crystals half-fairy. It seemed that the continuous battles had greatly benefited Suyu. If he had a few more similar battles, it would be even easier for him to break through. Suyu was very satisfied with his body's recovery and changes. As he looked at the sky and calculated the time, Suyu's expression changed. "Oh no, the exchange festival has already begun." With a shake of his sleeves, Suyu shook off the dust on his body. After some thought, he took off his returning principal faction uniform. The exchange festival would be watched by the strong men of Juzhou. and there might even be the higher-ups of the returning principal faction present. As a fake, he was afraid that he would be recognized immediately. With a flip of his palm, Suyu took out a set of black clothes and a straw hat. His attire was very ordinary. At the same time, there was a flash of light beside him, and the little Kylan jumped out, transforming into Lucci. It was only covered with a veil, and it accompanied Suyu. With such a disguise, surely no one would recognize him, right? Let's go to the exchange festival. Suyu's eyes shone as he flew away with the little Kylan, the lightning avoiding Silver Pearl and the blood of a real dragon. Suyu had to get them at all costs. Chapter 583. On the Divine Sparrow stage, the exchange festival was proceeding in an orderly manner. It was just as they had expected. Although some decent treasures would occasionally appear during the private exchanges, they were only a small number compared to the number of people present. Most of the people were waiting for the next exchange, and their gazes would occasionally look at the gap in the sky. They didn't know which senior experts were looking at them at this very moment. After an hour, everyone was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, Jojo had only given them half a day's time, so they couldn't delay this segment for too long. Sirs, you still have a quarter of an hour left, Shang Xuelian reminded everyone. She then looked at Xia Jingyu, who was beside her. An hour had passed since the start of the exchange, but no one else had come forward. If nothing unexpected happened, so you would have already been killed by the silver puppet. Xia Jingyu absent-mindedly looked into the distance, her heart feeling empty. In the Empire of Darkness, even in the loneliest years of her life, her heart had never been empty. This was because she had something to think about and something to do. This was because she knew that that person was still living in some corner of the world, and she was silently using her own eyes to look at the prosperity of the world in his stead. She had felt lonely back then, but she had never felt lonely. Now, her heart was filled with boundless loneliness. Her heart was at a loss, and she felt as if she had lost her sense of direction, goal, and color. The person she had always looked forward to had disappeared from her life. How could she move forward? However, in her heart, there was still a glimmer of hope that Suyu had not died, and that he had successfully escaped from the silver puppet's pursuit. This was her only hope. After the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea had passed, the individual exchanges had finally come to an end. The people present naturally quieted down, their faces filled with anticipation. The next segment was the most important segment of the exchange festival, and it was likely that Jojo seniors would participate in it. Shang Xuelian looked around and was quite satisfied with their expressions. She then smiled and said, "Now the second segment of the exchange festival will begin. Open exchange." Swoosh! Shang Xuelian took out a large number of bamboo sticks, then used her vital energy to mark each of them. The number ranged from 1 to 900, which was the total number of people present. Each of you will need to draw a bamboo stick. According to the order of the number, you will take out the treasures that you want to exchange and say what you want to exchange, whether it is crystals or specific treasures. If the people below the stage happen to have something that can be exchanged and are willing to exchange, they can exchange directly. If there are many people competing at the same time, the one with the highest value will win. This is the principle of this exchange meet, and it has also been the principle of all previous exchange meets. No one is allowed to go against it. If anyone dares to threaten or rob in public, they will be punished by the elders of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion when they return to Jojo's mysterious heavenly stage. At that time, the confiscation of treasures would only be a light punishment. If the circumstances are serious, they might even be executed in public. I don't think I need to elaborate on this point. Shang Xuelian's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally intimidating when it reached the ears of the crowd. The success of the exchange festival was built on order, and this order was gradually perfected by the previous festivals. Anyone who dared to use threats or other means to force the other party to exchange items would face severe punishment when they returned to the 9 provinces Heavenly Secrets platform. In the past, there had been a disciple who thought that he had a strong backing and tried to rob others at the exchange festival. In the end, he was killed by the elders of a few factions. His so-called backing was meaningless in the face of the anger of the elders of the various factions. If the people present were all elders of the same faction, even if the disciple had violated the rules, the other elders would most likely give him some face for the sake of his master. However, the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion was the training ground for all the factions in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. There were many people from the factions present, and the elders of the other factions did not need to give face to the disciple's master. It could be said that the exchange meet here was even stricter than the exchange meet in Jiuzhou. There were too many supervisors. Even without Shang Xuelian's reminder, the disciples had already been warned by their elders to not violate the rules. Let the drawing of lots begin. Shang Xuelian threw the bamboo lots into the air. 800 to 900 people flew up at the same time, fighting for the bamboo lots. The higher one's ranking was, the better it would be. If it was too high up, there would be no way to compare the treasures they took out, and they would not be able to display their value. The best ranking would be after the 5th place. The 6th bamboo lot is mine. Who dares to fight for it? Heiyue Langjun did not fight for it among the crowd. Instead, he stood in his original position and spoke in a soft voice. Mr. Nan Wu also did not participate in the fight. Instead, he laughed and said, "I want the 6th bamboo lot. Who will get it for me?" Their conversation was exceptionally clear amidst the hustle and bustle. Everyone's expression changed. A clever, wandering cultivator, who was about to retreat from the fight, threw away the bamboo lot in his hand without thinking. That was because the bamboo lot was the 6th one that the 2 half-fairies were fighting for. He did not want to offend Heiyue Langjun or Mr. Nanwu, so he could only throw it away. Swoosh! A beautiful young lady flew over and grabbed the bamboo lot in her hand. Her face was filled with joy as she said, "Langjun, I have caught it for you! Puff!" Just as she finished speaking, a strong palm force came from behind her, causing Heiyue Langjun's maid to spit out blood and fly backward. The 6th bamboo lot in her hand was also taken away. The person who had taken it away was not just anyone, but a disciple of a famous faction. A sneak attack was indeed beneath one's status. "Mr. Nanwu, I am Jin Qin from the Netherworld faction." Jin Qin was a man with a gloomy expression. He handed over the bamboo lot with both hands. Mr. Nanwu laughed and said, "Well done! How dare you sneak attack me?" Heiyue Langjun's eyes flashed as he turned into a ball of light and dashed toward Jin Qin. Mr. Nan Wu still had a smile on his face. His whole body flashed with blood qi, and an extremely strong physical strength surged through his meridians like a flood. Then it turned into a fierce fist force that was as strong as a tiger. He punched out. The formless power of his physical body had a faint, blood-red color to it. It was like a ferocious tiger as it charged toward Heiyue Langjun. Crackle! A pink mist flashed around Heiyue Langjun's body. Like cotton, it dissolved the strong physical strength. However, his attack was greatly weakened. Jin Qin took advantage of this opportunity to hide behind Mr. Nanwu. Although he looked nervous, his expression showed that he had expected this to happen. He had offended Heiyue Langjun to help Mr. Nanwu get the 6th bamboo lot. For the sake of his reputation, Mr. Nanwu would not allow Heiyue Langjun to hurt him. Heiyue Langjun's eyes turned cold and he said, "Very well. Now, let's see what kind of confidence you have, since you have just broken through to the half-fairy realm." Mr. Nanwu let out a long roar and said, "Do you think I am afraid of you?" Chapter 584. Mr. Nanwu glanced at Shang Xuelian. Although he didn't say anything, his warning was clear. "Mind your own business." Heiyue Langjun said coldly, "My business is none of your business." She couldn't intimidate the people present. The rest of the people didn't dare to get involved in the battle between them. The two of them were ready to fight at any moment. Swoosh! Suddenly, the bamboo stick in Mr. Nan Wu's hand flew towards Heiwa Langjun. Mr. Nan Wu was caught off guard by this strange scene. If one looked closely, they would see a spirit body that looked like a little ghost grabbing the bamboo stick and flying back to Heiwa Longjuan's hand. Heiwa Longjuan's hands, which were behind his back, had formed a strange seal. Mr. Nan Wu's smile froze. He was enraged. Despicable. Then a black shadow flashed in the sky. A black crow flew across the sky at supersonic speed and caught up to the little ghost to snatch the bamboo stick. Heiwa Langjun laughed coldly. Isn't a sneak attack by your people considered despicable? As he spoke, he flew into the sky and slapped the ghost crow. How dare you! Mr. Nan Wu snorted and chased after the crow. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The thunder rumbled and shocked all the evil spirits in the area. The little ghost and the ghost crow were both ghosts. The thunder caused the two ghosts to tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. The people present were also shocked by the thunder. Where did the thunder come from? Ah, look, there are people in the thunder. Some of those who had cultivated eye techniques had extraordinary eyesight. To their horror, they discovered that two humanoid creatures had walked out of the rumbling thunder. What? There are people. Who is controlling the thunder? Boom! Just as everyone was shocked, a blinding white light flashed above their heads on a divine sparrow stage, just as the lightning struck down from the sky. The air was instantly filled with a burning aura. Then there was a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and descended with a loud rumble. That voice was so powerful that it shook their shuang, to the point that they were stupefied. Only a buzzing sound was left in their ears. Those with weaker cultivations were directly shaken by the thunder to the point that their qi and blood surged, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even Heiwa Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu, who were fighting against each other, stopped at the same time. They looked at the thunderbolt descending from the sky with an indescribable shock. What kind of divine being had descended? Such a method was too domineering. Under everyone's attention, two figures descended from the sky amidst the dazzling lightning. A man in black clothes and a bamboo hat made it hard to see his face clearly. Even his body was surrounded by lightning. The other was a girl in pink. Her eyes were as big as pearls, sparkling and translucent. Her appearance was shockingly similar to Lu Chui of the Purple Cloud Palace. However, the pink-clothed girl in front of him was only 16 or 17 years old. Compared to the mature Lu Chui, she was much younger. In order to hurry on with his journey, Su Yu had used the thunder escape along the way. Everyone stared at the two people who had appeared and exchanged glances. Who were these two people? The way they had appeared just now was too domineering, as if they did not care about the safety of the people present at the scene at all. Although the crowd was angry, they did not dare to voice it out. To be able to control such lightning, their abilities must be terrifyingly strong. Are they handing out bamboo sticks? Su Yu glanced at the bamboo sticks that were still floating in the air. He understood the situation clearly. Suddenly, he saw the little ghost who was holding the bamboo stick not far away. He waved his hand and said, "Give it to me." At that moment, Su Yu's body was still filled with lightning arcs. Even his gaze seemed to contain the power of lightning. When the little ghost heard the voice, he trembled in fear. He walked over to Su Yu and held up the bamboo stick. Heiwa Longjuan's face turned cold. "Come back." However, the little ghost was afraid of Su Yu's lightning. He looked back at his master and handed the bamboo stick to Su Yu. Heiwa Longjuan's face turned murderous. "Who are you? Aren't you going too far?" Mr. Nan Wu also looked displeased. "Brother, the bamboo stick belongs to me. Please return it." Su Yu raised his eyes to look at the two of them. His eyes were calm. However, Heiwa Langjun and Mr. Nan Wu could sense that Suyu did not even look at them. It was as if Suyu was looking at thin air. It was not a deliberate act of arrogance, but a subconscious act of ignoring them. This person's arrogance infuriated the two of them. One of them was the representative of the wandering martial artists, while the other was the leader of the famous faction's disciples. How could they not be angry when they were ignored by a kid of unknown origin? Suyu did not care about their anger at all. He held the bamboo stick in his hand, turned around, and was about to descend. Humph! You want to leave? Heiyue Lang Jun coldly snorted. A pink mist condensed in his palm. It was dreamy and had a strong hallucinogenic effect. If it entered Suyu's body, it would definitely cause him to fall into an illusion. Mr. Nan Wu did not want Heiyue Lang Jun to succeed first, so he also attacked quickly, his whole body's strength surging out. Suyu's face turned cold. The two of them were too domineering. After his cultivation had increased, the power of his thunder escape had become stronger than before. Coupled with the fact that he was in a hurry, he could not control his thunder escape perfectly, which had affected the crowd below him. As for the bamboo stick, since the two of them were fighting over it, it did not belong to either of them. Suyu had casually taken it, but the two of them had attacked him together. It would have been fine if they had attacked him together. But when they attacked, they did not show any mercy. Rumble, swoosh, the two of them attacked Suyu from the left and right. The two strongest martial artists, who were close to the fairy realm, attacked at the same time. With such a joint attack, who would dare to easily block them? Even if Cho, Ziming, and Yang Yidao were here, they would have to retreat. However, a scene that silenced the entire place appeared. Suyu did not move. Only when the two of them attacked him at the same time did he extend both of his palms. A ball of purple lightning formed in each of his palms, and he pointed his finger forward. In Heiyue Longjuan's senses, Suyu's left finger suddenly filled the sky with thousands of lightning bolts. It was like a heavenly tribulation, and its power was terrifying. Then he felt an intense pain in his chest. He had been struck by an extremely powerful lightning bolt. His whole body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted, and he was sent flying. In Mr. Nan Wu's senses, it was a completely different scene. He felt as if countless swords of lightning had shot out from Suyu's finger, surrounding him. Then he felt an intense pain in his palm. A bolt of lightning had pierced through his palm, and he was sent flying by the huge force. In the eyes of everyone present, Suyu had only extended 2 fingers casually, and he had sent 2 half-fairies of top-class flying. No one doubted that Suyu could kill the 2 of them. Suyu had obviously held back. With the power of a single person, he had suppressed the wandering martial artists and the talents of the prestigious families. His valiance shocked everyone at the scene. Who is he? Where did he come from? Is there such a person among us wandering martial artists? Chapter 585. Surprise appeared on Shang Xuyan's face as she looked at Suyu in confusion. Even she couldn't understand where this black-clothed youth had come from. Only Xia Jingyu's dazed eyes lit up with a glimmer of light. She could feel a familiar aura from Suyu's body. It was Suyu's aura. However, when she saw the beautiful young lady standing beside Suyu, her eyes dimmed. Suyu did not know such a woman. However, Suyu's appearance had made Xia Jingyu look forward to it. Half of her attention was focused on Suyu. Do you still have any objections? Suyu asked calmly as he looked at the 2 of them. Heiyue Langjun was shocked. When he had been struck, he had felt like an ant being stepped on by an elephant. The gap between him and this person was simply too great. Mr. Nan Wu was also shocked. Suyu's immortal-level cultivation technique was indeed shocking. However, his intuition told him that this was only the tip of the iceberg. The 2 of them were afraid and kept their distance. How could they dare to ask for the bamboo stick? Suyu looked away and floated down to a corner of the divine sparrow stage with the small Kylin. However, everyone present could feel that the corner was the center of the divine sparrow stage. Shang Shulian looked away and waited for a moment before saying, "Since this is the case, let the exchange festival begin." What they did not know was that the mysterious heavenly stage was located at the gap. This place was no different from the mysterious heavenly stage on the other side of the Jinlong continent. However, there are many people here. There were at least 20 strong martial artists. Each of them was at least a fairy realm expert. There were even a few divine masters among them. One of them was Lu Qi, who had slept with Su Yu before. She was sitting cross-legged in the corner, her eyelids twitching. She was clearly feeling uneasy. "Ear, do you have something on your mind?" A gentle voice, filled with concern, could be heard. Lu Qi's eyelids twitched a few times, but she still chose to open them. Pain, hatred, and an indescribable emotion flashed past her eyes. Lu Qi raised her eyes, and a handsome, refined, and gentle face was reflected in her eyes. Her bright eyes were naturally filled with warmth, and her cold and arrogant face was flushed with shyness. "I'm fine, Brother Taishu," Lu Qi called out softly, her eyes filled with deep infatuation. If Su Yu were here, he would surely know that the handsome and elegant youth before him was the name that Lu Qi had called out after her first time had been stolen. It was the name of her beloved. On the other side, many experts looked over, regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old. All of them revealed looks of envy. Lu Qi, the heaven's favored girl, and Gu Taishu, the dragon among men. Both of them are geniuses of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands that only appear once in 1,000 years. They are only 20 years old, yet they have already reached the almighty divine master realm. Gu Taishu, in particular, has already reached the late stage of the almighty divine master realm. He is already preparing to break through to the all creation's realm. Indeed, the two of them are a match made in heaven. Only they are worthy of each other. I heard that the patriarch of the Purple Cloud Palace, who is also Gu Taishu's master, the true man of the Purple Cloud, is preparing to host their wedding personally. At that time, it will definitely be a grand occasion for the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. That is only natural. The true man of the Purple Cloud is one of the only 2 all creations venerables in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. It is rare for him to come out of seclusion even once in dozens of years. If he were to appear, it would naturally be a grand occasion. Hearing the discussions, Lu Qi felt a sweetness in her heart. However, she realized that she was no longer pure. Her heart turned cold, and her eyes gradually dimmed. "Ear, you have been stuck at the early stage of the almighty divine master realm for some time now. You're going to break through to the middle stage, so you need to calm your mind. You mustn't let any distracting thoughts get entangled in your mind. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to break through," Gu Taishu said softly. As he looked at Lu Qi's strange expression, he frowned slightly, and a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He didn't like the fact that Lu Qi was hiding things from him. At that moment, the few fairies who were watching the exchange festival exclaimed in surprise, "Thunder Escape! Isn't that the lost technique of the Thunder Emperor? Could it be that the Thunder Emperor's inheritance has finally been found?" The Thunder Emperor was quite famous in Jiuzhou, so his Thunder Escape technique was immediately recognized. The Thunder Emperor? Gu Taishu muttered softly. He wasn't interested. However, all of a sudden, the fairies who were watching were startled. It was as if they had just witnessed something shocking. They all turned around to look at Lu Qi and Gu Taishu. Gu Taishu furrowed his brows. "What are you looking at?" When they heard him, the few fairies all had odd expressions on their faces. They all moved aside and didn't reply. It was as if they were afraid of offending him. Gu Taishu was slightly displeased, but he still wore a calm expression as he walked forward. He could clearly see the divine sparrow stage's every movement through the giant halo. He's just a lightning-based cultivator. Not bad. Gu Taishu casually glanced at Su Yu, who had easily defeated Heiyue Langjun and Mr. Nanwu. However, he suddenly stopped speaking. His brows gradually furrowed, and his gaze locked onto Lu Qi, who was beside Suyu. Do you know this lad? Gu Taishu looked at her warmly. Lu Qi was startled, but she still stood up and walked over to look at the divine sparrow stage. When his gaze fell on Suyu, his pupils contracted, and a shred of hatred welled up in his heart. However, it was quickly replaced by bitterness. She couldn't forgive Suyu, but she also couldn't hate him. Then she swept her gaze over the stage and discovered that there was a young girl standing beside Suyu. Her appearance was exactly the same as hers. Apart from the fact that she seemed young and immature, which didn't match her temperament, everything else was exactly the same. Lu Qi was startled. Why is there a young girl who looks like her by Su Yu's side? When she carefully looked at Gu Taishu, she discovered that his expression was somewhat unsightly. Brother Taishu, he is the returning principal faction's disciple, Inu, whom I got to know when I was down there. Apart from that, I don't have any relations with him, Lu Qi said guiltily. She pursed her lips. She didn't dare to tell him that she had already lost her chastity to Suyu. Oh, what's the matter with that young girl? Gu Taishu squinted his eyes. After all, who could tolerate a strange man carrying around a woman who looked like his fiancée? Lu Qi stared at him for a moment, and a golden light flickered in the depths of her eyes. She then said, "It seems like a shape-shifting spiritual beast, but it has taken my appearance." As she spoke, Lu Qi had a strange feeling in her heart. Why did Inu ask a living creature to take my appearance and keep her by his side? Could it be that he fell in love with me after that one night? As she thought of this, the resentment in the depths of Lu Qi's heart faded slightly. Although he had taken her chastity, he wasn't a heartless person. After she left, he had even asked the living creature to take her appearance.